Man, tonight is off to a rough start. Welcome in, chat. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, dude. So, I don't know what you guys know about streaming, but OBS decided that it did not want to work. The computer decided it did not want to work, and now I just realized that I actually still have the desktop audio muted when I thought that it wasn't muted. So, you guys have been sitting there in silence this whole time, and I apologize for that. So. Appreciate you guys hanging in there for the 5 minutes of absolute silence. God, I'm an idiot. Welcome in. It is our week 5 recap show. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Gabe, glad you're back. Welcome in. You are welcome as always. Thanks so much for tuning in and always sticking with us. For those of you that are in here that don't know, my name is Joe, NFL Philosophy on Twitter and on Twitch. Thank you guys so much for coming in. And we had a really wicked week 5, actually. There were a lot of really good games between for this week, and some games where we learned a lot about a lot of the different teams, and we'll get into each one of them individually. I think we ended up like 8-8 on our picks, but I think like 4 of our picks that we lost by less than a point on. I think for San Francisco, we lost by half a point. Baltimore, we lost by a point because they're not allowed to kick the extra point in OT. Let's see which ones. Cincinnati, we lost by half a point because nobody can kick a field goal in Cincinnati, apparently, whether that is Green Bay or Cincinnati. And they like to play for the loss. I think we were like a point off for the no. We maybe 7 points off for the or 4 points off for the Jets pick. But yeah, we were super close. Gabe, I actually picked Vegas in that one. I picked Vegas to cover. And I think my biggest issue with that particular game is that I didn't and we'll talk about it, but Vegas looked distracted, man. And it's easy to say that after the fact, but it looked like that their heads weren't in it. And that they just weren't all on the same page. It didn't seem like they were as crisp on offense. The defense really didn't seem to be what I was hoping for, especially that pass rush. So we'll talk about it a little bit. But yeah, that was a game that I thought Vegas was going to handle business pretty well. Justin Fields looked all right. He didn't look crazy good, didn't look crazy bad. And I think that's exactly what you want to see out of him. We saw a little bit of progression from him in this particular game. And again, we'll talk about it in detail, but I think Bill Lazor calling the plays really helps Justin Fields and that particular offense. So yeah, it was a really interesting week. There's some games that absolutely went exactly the way that we wanted them to or thought that they would. I mean, man, we absolutely nailed that Green Bay Cincinnati game. And even into the last, I don't know if you guys were following on Twitter, but even into the last last 5 minutes of that fourth quarter, we were literally predicting everything that was happening, play by play, kick by kick, failure by failure by both teams, simply because like they were making the wrong decisions over and over again as to what the common sense decision is in all of those scenarios. And we'll talk about it a little bit, but man, what in the world? You continue to kick kicks from outside of 50 and you miss a bunch of them, and then you continue to do the same thing. And what's the old saying, they just continue to bang their head against the wall and think that something's going to change, and all they're doing is beating themselves up. So yeah, that was a hell of a game though. If you stuck around through the end, I've never got to say, I've never felt during a game that irate at a team that I have no rooting sense. Like I have no dog in that fight, and I was angrier at that game than I've been in any other game in the last probably 5 years outside of the Bucks against the Patriots, because I was so mad at the Bucks for the game plan that they put together and their inability to realize what Bill Belichick wanted to corner them into. And they played right into Belichick's hands a couple weeks ago, and I was absolutely furious with them. And then last week with the Bengals, Joe Burrow deserved that game. Jamar Chase deserved that game. Zach Taylor, the head coach and offensive coordinator of the Bengals, does not deserve that game. He does not deserve the win in that game, and he didn't get it. And they specifically lost because of him. And that's all it boils down to. It wasn't because Green Bay played better. I mean, Green Bay did play better, but they missed a bunch of opportunities. And that game looks a lot different if a couple of different plays go, the way that the Packers want. And Zach Taylor could have won that game just based off of making some really elementary decisions that were pretty obvious, but we called exactly what he likes to do and what you shouldn't do, and what we've been saying for weeks now that coaches have to stop doing. And we'll talk about it specifically with that game. I'll probably get into a bit of a rant. I'll try not to. But yeah, that was an easy one. Arizona, San Francisco did not turn out at all like we expected. What seemed like it was going to be a track meet ends up being a defensive battle. Dallas rolls over the Giants just like we expected. Philly, I think the first half of that game is about what I expected, and then the second half, not really sure honestly what either team were doing. But I think Philly comes out on top in the end, more because of Carolina, not necessarily because of themselves. The Jets and Falcons, interesting game. Don't really feel like there's a whole lot that we can take out of that one. We'll talk about the introduction of Kyle Pitts. New England, Houston, weird game. We probably won't spend a ton of time on that unless you guys want to. Tennessee, Jacksonville. It's Urban Meyer's on watch. It's not when, but if, or not if, but when he ends up on coaching another college team at this point. As far as I'm concerned, there's just nothing going on with Jacksonville there. Ryan Tannehill's probably better than you expect to. We'll talk about that. Buffalo, Kansas City. We called this one pretty spot on. There was a lot of people that just thought that Buffalo had played a weak schedule, and I'm going, yeah, but even though they played a weak schedule, they've played them exactly how they should. They've dominated bad opponents, and I would chalk that week one loss up to variance, up to that volatility of week one, and also a bad matchup. And we've called every Buffalo game so far of saying they're going to lose this. We actually called the loss to Pittsburgh, and then we've called all the wins since and being dominant and covering since then. So, yeah, that one turned out really well. We'll go through kind of what we noticed there. Detroit, Minnesota. We called Detroit fighting through this one. I did not expect Minnesota to just not show up at all. This seemed like a game where they just were not up and available and paying attention. Denver, Pittsburgh. That one turned out a little bit different. I mean, if Teddy doesn't have anybody to throw to, that offense is dead. They had no semblance of a run game. Chicago, Las Vegas. Las Vegas looked distracted everywhere. But offense, defense, they just did not come prepared. Chicago looked pretty good. They're playing like they're potentially interested in saving Matt Nagy's job. So we'll see how that continues to turn out. Cleveland, LAC, man, what a track meet. We called this one pretty well. I think it ended up about where we thought it would, though I think the points were a little bit higher because the Lord knows we can't call, 89 points in a game. And then Miami, Tampa Bay. I'll be honest, I actually didn't watch much of that game. I watched the first quarter, saw what Leftwich was doing, and said, nope, not even worth it. This is going to be a 40-10 game, and it ended up 45-17. So that one, I didn't watch it. I haven't gone back to watch it. Like, I don't feel like there's much there. I can take a look, but later on, and I will tomorrow, and then again on Thursday before our preview stream, just to make sure there's nothing in there that I missed. But when I realized Leftwich was going to open up that offense, it was game over from there. Like, Miami just doesn't have the weapons, and it was just such a bad matchup for Miami in terms of offense and defense that there was just no shot Tampa was going to make it, or no shot Tampa wasn't going to run away with that game. New Orleans, Washington. So a little bit more points in this one than I was expecting. Some weird things happened. Man, can we just talk about how watching Jameis and Taylor Heineke is probably one of the more fun things to do in the league? Like, That's got to be one of the more fun QB matchups outside of like seeing your top 5 quarterbacks go against each other, your top 6 or 8 quarterbacks go against each other. Seeing Jameis and Taylor Heineke, because at any given point on any given drop back, there's no telling what's going to happen. It could be a 60-yard bomb that is perfectly thrown, or it could be a 2-yard throw that goes directly to a defensive lineman. You just never really know. And that makes that game a lot of fun to watch. Not too many crazy things ended up happening, but for the most part, New Orleans was just the better team. And we'll talk about that Washington defense and how does Washington turn it around? Like at this point, they're lagging, and they're lagging really far behind the rest of their division. How do they end up turning it around to make it worth it? And then finally, Indianapolis, Baltimore. What do we take from that one? I only watched some of it. Tricolor, welcome in. Appreciate it. Thanks for the follow. That Indy Baltimore game, it didn't turn out like I thought, and I need to go back and watch that one. I haven't had enough time to go back and watch that one, so we probably won't have a ton of thoughts on that particular game because I don't want to just make stuff up on the fly. But we can definitely walk through that one as well. So let's see. The Indy Baltimore game. Let's kick 47-yard. Did that happen? I missed that. Like I said, Gabe, I didn't watch all of that game. They tried to kick a 47-yard field goal with a hurt kicker. I mean, look, man, you make bad decisions, you get bad results. Like garbage in, garbage out. What do you expect to happen? It's the same way in life as it is in football. You make bad decisions, you get bad results. You make good decisions, you get good results. Like it really is that simple. It's not that hard. Yeah, there's some luck and some variance in there, but at the same time, that pretty much is you stack good decision on top of good decision on top of good decision on top of good decision. You can't have bad results from that. And that's just the way that it needs to that NFL teams have to think about it. And that's the point of analytics. It's not to say you need to do this every single time. It's to give you another data point within the context of the game to say, hey, this typically is the right decision. Outside of this, what mitigating factors do we need to consider here to try to make the best decision possible? And right now, NFL coaches just don't know what the hell to do with their kickers. And this is one of the weirdest kicking days I've ever seen in an NFL game. And it was all over the place across all different games and all different kickers, all different levels of kickers. Crosby is usually Mr. Automatic. Now he's had a case of the yips in the past, but he's been Mr. Automatic, and we'll talk about specifically how good he's been, and why it was so weird to kind of see that this week, and what we got out of him in the fourth quarter. So, yep. Then the Ravens sent out Tucker to coin flip, win it, and Lamar won the game in OT. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that game was as close as it was. From some people that I follow and that I trust, they've talked about Frank Reich called a good game. Indy basically did what they needed to do early on, and then Baltimore basically ended up showing, hey, we are the better team here, and then kind of calling back into that game. And it was a miss on Indy not to close out that game. So yeah, we'll get through all of those games. We'll talk about everything. We'll talk about everything that you guys want to talk about tonight. So please feel free to jump into chat if you're interested in any particular questions, any particular player, any particular game, anything as it goes across the NFL, and we'll make sure to get to it. As far as the night goes, so let's see here. So as far as the night goes, what we can do is, where did my... Okay, I'm going to have to add something else in here. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? That's not right. Let's do this. Nope, that's not right either. Oh, I told you OBS wasn't really doing what I wanted to do. So what we're going to do is I'm going to bring this up for you guys. So we're going to talk through these games in order. Let me make sure that my title looks right here. This is the beauty of being like an independent streamer, not professionally produced, nothing like that. Shit goes wrong. Shit happens. It is what it is. Pregame header. Let's see. Let me get this in here. Week 5 recap show. And we are good to go. All right. Now we got everything we needed. Simple. All right. Thank you guys again for tuning in. So for those of you that don't know, my name is Joe. I am NFLosophy on Twitter and on Twitch. I come from a background in the NFL, interned for a few different teams, worked for the Bucks, and that gave me a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. And I feel like my value here is that I come with a little bit different perspective because I can see the game from the fan side, but I can also give a little bit of insight into what the coaches were thinking and why they did it and why it seems so stupid to fans at different times or smart to fans at different times and why coaches do what they do. And maybe a little bit of the operations background too. Like, hey, well, like what, whenever it comes to London, like what factors potentially played into that game. And it's funny because, we'll talk about it a little bit, but one of the comments I made is one of the comments that about the Jets in Atlanta that I should have taken into more consideration. I think it was more of a factor in the game than what it was, and it seems like it may not correlate or have that much of effect, which is why I kind of ignored it. But it was really interesting. And I thought it actually played a big impact in the game after going back and rewatching it. So, question on Tampa Bay: Why did Pinion kick the 60-yard field goal? Also, Tampa Bay had more rushing yards than Miami. So, Pinion has one of the strongest legs in the NFL. I didn't realize that he actually kicked that. Like I said, I only watched maybe a quarter and a half of that game, and haven't gone back to watch it because there was nothing in that game that. Based on the ending and whatever, listening to what everybody said, it literally landed exactly the way that we thought it would go. And again, as soon as I saw Leftwich open up the game plan, I went, "Well, this game's over," because there's just nothing that they're gonna do. I think it was the Antonio Brown crosser that Brady had two guys just on top of him, and he still hit Brown in stride. Brown breaks loose and goes up the field for like a 60-something yard score. That was about the time I was like, yeah, this is gonna be it. I kept flipping back and I kept flipping over to it from the Packers and Cincinnati game, but yeah, that was just, it wasn't a game worth watching, and I knew it wouldn't be from about the end of the first quarter. Guessing that they didn't have reliable suck up to blowout is like, yeah. So, I mean, that's not great, right? To send out a kicker for a 60 yarder or something like that. If they don't really have it in their leg, that can end up with an injury, pulling a hammy, quad, foot injury by trying to overdo it. So, I mean, obviously that's not great to send out your punter who, by the way, my guess is that Pinion probably had plenty of snaps at kicking a field goal, and they know that he's capable of getting it there and doing it. So yeah, that doesn't. It doesn't surprise me that they would run Pinion out there for something like that. Now, would they try something like that late in the game? I mean, to win? I mean, maybe if they had to. If that's the only, like, if it's 1 second on the clock and you're down by 2 points, you probably have a better chance of Pinion hitting a 60-yarder than you probably do of Suckup, because Suckup probably doesn't have. I mean, I think as long as it's like 55, 56. And so yeah, so I don't foresee him being able to get it there, or at least consistently get it there. Maybe he nails one accidentally one time, but that kind of makes sense in the fact that why kick outside of 50? Like, it's a low probability kick, so why are we so consistently trying to kick outside of 50, especially whenever there's 2 or 3 yards to go? And this Sunday was a perfect example of why all the analytics people freak out whenever it's like fourth and 3 on the 45, and teams are like, "Oh, we're just going to go ahead and kick it." It's like, why? I mean, there's like 3 kickers in the league who are able to do that in the first place. Maybe 4 or 5 that even have the leg to get it there, let alone be successful consistently. Like, you're basically you're trying a low percentage shot. It's like shooting half court shots in basketball. Like, sure, you can do it. It's possible, but the percentage is so low. You should probably move a little bit closer before you take that shot. So yeah. So all right, that's kind of the way we're gonna kick it off today. We are in week 5. So I'll be honest. Last night I didn't watch the Indy and Indy and Baltimore game simply because I wanted to finish Squid Games. I don't know if you guys have seen that. It is obviously all the rage. It's like now Netflix's most watched show in history, and man, like I've never had a show or a movie physically make me feel physically like heart rate pumping, like feeling the blood pumping through my veins, elevated heart rate, like all of those things. It's bananas. If you can handle some gore, and some gruesomeness and some violence, then it's a fantastic show. I only watched it because everybody else was watching it. I love a lot of those like dark shows, like on Netflix. I love like Don't F with Cats and what was the one where that was just there was one show where I had never said WTF so much within a 2-hour period. Um, it was what is it? Abducted in Plain Sight, I think. Where the little girl is abducted by like the neighbor, or well, not really abducted, but yeah, it's weird. The character development was solid for an ensemble cast. It was incredible. Like you cared. You either really cared about people, you saw their development happening, you saw how they changed, or you hated people, like you just couldn't stand them. And it's really hard to make me feel like that about particular characters that I don't really care about, especially if they're not big name actors. So they did a fantastic job writing. It's a bit of a thriller, so definitely recommend. And do not watch it with kids, but highly recommend. So that's why I didn't do it, because we had watched, so Grizz, we watched episode 6 on Saturday night, and after that one we couldn't take anymore. We were like, we got to put this one down for a second. Like we got to walk away. I don't think I can recover from that one. And then the funny thing is episode 7, 8, and 9. Like I still felt what I felt, but I just had nothing left to give, because episode 6 was just so, man, that was a gut wrencher. So anyone watching, get to episode 6 and then let me know what you think about it. All right. So, with all of that said, let's hop into the games here. Appreciate you guys sticking around. Sorry for a little non-football talk. Hopefully, you guys are semi interested in that. But we'll go through the games in order, unless somebody wants to get to something specific. So we'll talk about the Rams in Seattle. So this was the Thursday night game. We'll probably go pretty quickly on this one, simply because we did talk about it in the pregame show on Sunday, but we will hit some particular highlights from it. So. When you're talking about player production out of this particular game, Matt Stafford ends up having a pretty inflated yardage line, but doesn't have a whole lot of touchdowns to show for it. He was 25 of 37, 365, one touchdown, one interception, only sacked once, rating him 97.2. And then he the problem with Stafford in this particular game was he was highly inaccurate, like highly inaccurate. And it was funny because I said, I tweeted out on Twitter something to the effect of, is Stafford injured because his accuracy is way off tonight? To which everyone replied in unison, nah, that's just who Stafford is. And I'm like, look, I get it. He's not pinpoint accuracy all the time, but it's not like he's inaccurate. And he was highly inaccurate in this particular game. He was missing guys all over the place, especially early on. His first two incompletions were 5 yards over the head of his receivers. And so I'm saying, hey, something's off. Is he injured? And everybody says, nah, it's just who he is. And then literally 5 minutes later, they came on and reported that Stafford had a finger injury on his throwing hand, and it was impacting his throws. So I thought that was interesting. I thought that the Rams schemed it up really well. I mean, Stafford had wide open receivers all night long, even though he couldn't hit them. This game could have been a lot worse than what it was. And the Rams end up winning in the end, but probably wasn't as close as 26-17, simply because the Seahawks were able to put up 10 late in the game. And then they did have one more shot with Geno towards the end, and then Lockett falls down on the I think it was a deep crosser actually, and Geno throws it to a spot, and Lockett falls down while the ball's in the air, and it ends up looking like a bad pick for Geno, but it wasn't necessarily a bad throw or a bad decision. So, Darrell Henderson, 17 of 82, had a touch. Sonny Michel actually gets in for the first time, 11 of 37. They don't typically use their running backs in the passing game a ton, and they haven't to this point. Which is kind of fascinating for me, because I feel like that's an element that if they could do it with this offense, that's one more thing. However, they do use guys like Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp and Van Jefferson as those guys on the edge to get that. That's their short passing game / running game, is using the wide receivers on those quick hitters, smoke routes, bubble screens, those type of things, out of stack formations, out of bunches, those type of things. So, the receivers had their top 3 receivers had a really good day. So Robert Woods, 12 receptions for 150 yards. That's a major game, especially if you have him in PPR, of course. Cooper Kupp, 7 of 92. Neither one of them had a touchdown. The only touchdown of the day went to Tyler Higbee. That was a little short throw from Stafford, and then Deshaun Jackson had the Deshaun Jackson stat line. 1 catch, 68 yards, no touchdowns, which is something I feel like we see from him quite often. It's not a normal stat line, but it seems to be fairly common for him. So really fascinating from their standpoint. The Seahawks defense they lack linebackers, man. Like they don't have speed or coverage at the linebacker position, and it's pretty evident. And then they also can't particularly get a crazy pass rush. They did try to get Alex Collins going a little bit in this game. He had 15 for 47. I thought he ran better than that. He did have a couple catches for 25 yards as well. I think Collins would have a 1 yard run, and then bust one open for 10 or 12, and then 1 yard run, tackled in the backfield, bust one open for another 10. Like that was kind of the common theme to his game for the night. They really didn't have much in terms of the run game. I mean, overall, I think they had, 25. They had 25 rushes for 80 something yards. Let me see here. Yeah, 25 rushes, 92 yards. Nothing big. Again, the Rams stat total in terms of rushing was a lot due to game script. 29-118 for 2 touchdowns. That Seattle cover 3 gave them a little bit extra room to run, but the Rams also didn't really hammer it home. They did get Darrell Henderson going a little bit, and again, Sonny Michel, not that efficient in terms of running, but good enough whenever they needed to get him in there behind Darrell Henderson. The big story out of this game, Russ Wilson, injured finger. As soon as he hit it, I went, man, did he just dislocate his finger? Because I've dislocated 2 fingers before. One playing baseball in high school, and then the other one basically playing baseball with friends out in the yard. So, or in gym class actually. But it was obvious that it became dislocated because you could tell that it wasn't in the position. Like he was holding his hand up like this, right? And his middle finger was like this, and he was trying to show them that hey, this isn't normal. But it was weird because it was bending at this knuckle, right? Sorry, I didn't mean to flip you off, but it was bending at this knuckle, right? So it was bent like this, and everybody's like, oh, what's going on? I'm like, nobody can do that, right? Nobody can flex your middle finger there. I'm like, there's something wrong. And they're like, oh, it seems like he's fine. He's going back into the game. And I'm like, this doesn't look good. And by the way, those 2 dislocated fingers, I still feel them to this day. So it's not something I can still feel the pain in them. They don't feel like all the other fingers. So he's going to feel that for a while. And that's going to be why he's out for a few weeks. Ends up breaking his streak. Hammer finger. I hadn't heard that particular term. Hey, Sexy, welcome in. Good call on Jameis. Wish I listened to you on Chargers versus Browns. Yeah, that to me it felt like Chargers were just the better team, and I think they showed it in that game. Jameis hit a few big throws. It helps whenever you get an end of halftime Hail Mary that gets caught and is good for a touchdown. That was we'll talk about that one and specifically some of the comments made by a particular safety for Washington. So, but yeah, that was one that it felt like we called that one pretty well. We missed on some other games, but that was a pretty good one. So it was shattered. I don't even know what shattered. Like I hadn't heard the extension. I just know that he was out, for a while. So I knew that they said on the broadcast that he couldn't grip the football, like he wasn't going to be able to stay in place, basically. So, oh, that sounds nasty, Grizz. Oof. I see so much potential in Houston beating Indy this week. Um, Yeah, I will say I've a sexy. I've actually not. I've actually underestimated Indy for the last couple of games. Like I didn't think they had a shot against Baltimore. They ended up winning the week before when I didn't think that they would win. So we'll see. We'll talk about that because we'll actually get into that particular game. I do want to do a little bit of work because I've kind of overlooked Indy a little bit, just thinking that Carson isn't going to be the guy and he's hurt and. But it sounds like Frank Reich is trying to figure this out, and that defense isn't horrible. It's better than I thought it would be. So I need to educate myself on them a little bit, and then on Thursday night we'll talk about it. Oh, actually, programming notes. So Thursday night, I might figure out what a different time to stream because as many of you know, former Bucks employee. So I used to work in operations for the Bucks. So he'll still live in the Tampa Bay area, very very close to the team still, and I'm super interested in this Thursday night game. And I know we've done a couple of sidecasts before with the weekly preview show kind of wrapped into that. I think what we might try to do this week is do the preview show a little bit earlier and then and try to get through that. We'll try to keep it to like, I don't know, hour and a half, 2 hours. So we'll bang through a bunch of these games because it's supposed to be the preview show, right? It's not supposed to be like the in-depth matchup show. And then we'll do a strict sidecast of the game on Thursday night because of all the teams, the Bucks are the one team that I know as well as pretty much anybody, or feel like I know as well as anybody, right? And can tell you what they do well, what they don't well. Pretty accurate with the picks and what their game plans are going to be from week to week. Aside from them being dumbasses against Bill Belichick and playing directly into what Bill Belichick wanted them to do. But yeah, we'll probably do a strict sidecast of that game on Thursday night. So probably start at like maybe 6:30 instead of 7 on Thursday night, and then we'll go through the game. So I think it's on Amazon again, which is nice because it means that the game, if you're watching it on Twitch, it's a little bit faster. And we did it last week. It was the same way, and we were all watching the same game at the same time, which is a much more enjoyable experience. It also helps. I figured out that there's like a low latency setting on Twitch that we can do to make sure that we're all on the same page. So stream's getting better week to week. Like I said, this is like stream like 16 or something or 17. And every week I feel like we're getting better and better. The Sports Accelerator program has been super helpful. We might be on front page of Twitch again on Sunday, hopefully, fingers crossed, which is fantastic. So super excited about this week. Trust the process. That's exactly right, Grizz. Good decisions get good results, right? Trust the process. Do all the right things and hope you get lucky along the way. And I hope luck favors you. So really, really cool. I think Sunday night could be fun. The Eagles, just off the top of my head, Eagles Bucks is a pretty unique matchup. The Eagles have drafted a lot of speed, and guys like Jalen Reagor, Devontae Smith could potentially pose a problem for the secondary. Eagles have a solid offensive line too. So the question becomes is Jalen, the question is Jalen good enough, and can he win in different ways and consistently against Todd Bowles defense? Plus, what's their game plan? And I need to do a little bit of work there, but excited about it. So quick programming note. So Rams Seattle, again, I think this was a game that we were pretty spot on. We picked Rams to win, cover the 2.5. And that was exactly what happened. It never really seemed in doubt. I know everybody wanted to see Geno cook, and Geno impressed me, man. Like those last few last couple of drives, he looked like he knew what he was doing. That's a different Geno than what I used to watch before. So I'm excited to see him play in a full game. Look, is he going to be Russ Wilson? Absolutely not. But can Geno be good enough with this particular offense? Sure. How are they going to? The question then becomes, how are they going to change the offense going forward to fit Geno versus what they might do with Russ? You would expect that with a backup quarterback that they're going to be a little more conservative. But when you look at an offense like Washington, when Taylor Heineke came in instead of Ryan Fitzpatrick, now granted they're basically the same football player and same quarterback, they didn't change up what they were doing. They still said, "Hey, we're going to go out and toss the ball around the yard and play super aggressively." So Seattle might end up something. It might doing a little. And Seattle has a tendency to want to run the ball, so I'm curious as to what their game plan is. I don't know if they're going to come out and be conservative, or if they're going to come out and let Geno, throw it whenever they need to. That those first couple of drives will probably tell us how aggressive are they willing to get, and then game script is going to tell us from basically after the half to the end of the game. Game script is going to tell us what they really think of him. So that should be a fascinating update for this. Grizz, seems like the London games bring more views from the front page. They gotta let Gino get in that arrow. Say so. The front page was awesome last week. I think we had something like 48,000 views on the stream last week. We had like 45. I think we topped out at like 4,700 people in here all at one time. It was pretty awesome. So, and we had a lot of them. I think Sexy came in from the front page maybe. Because I know Sexy showed up on Sunday, had a lot of good commentary with us, a lot of good discussion. But yeah, it's the more people we get in here, the better the football talk gets. So that's what I love about it. All right, so that's all I'll say on Seattle Rams. I think this week is after week 5 is when we have a really good idea of what we're getting from these teams going forward. I think the schedule piece of it is not as slanted one way or another. Whenever you have just somebody's played really good teams and other teams haven't played good competition, they've actually played really bad competition, and it's kind of inflating what their stats and the overall look of those particular teams are. Out of this particular game, Metcalf had a big game. That was something that we called out. I thought this was a perfect setup for him. He went 5 for 98 and 2 touchdowns. I thought this was a perfect setup for him because the Rams like to run a good amount of zone, and when you can move people around and get some matchups and get DK one-on-one with somebody in zone, then or get him into space kind of in that intermediate area, he catches the ball and he's really hard to tackle. So I thought that worked out really well for the Seahawks. They probably didn't play it as much as they should. The Rams played the game plan that they play every single game on offense. Come in, scheme it up to get some guys open, force the ball into Cooper Kupp and get him running with the football in his hands, and good things are going to happen. Probably should have been a bigger score from the Rams, but Stafford missed a good amount of players and an open receiver. So that is Rams and Seahawks. Oh shit! You know what? Sorry. One of the things I forgot to do. I'm trying to add. So one of the things I'm going to start doing as well, program notes, is from now on, I'm going to try to make sure that I am, as soon as the stream is done, I'm going to download this from Twitch, upload it to YouTube, and then add in some chapters so that people can come and find the games that they want to find. So I need to make sure to add in stream markers. So if you see me kind of doodling on the side, you'll know why that is. All right. Appreciate it. So let's see here. Let's get on to, let's go Jets Falcons. So this was the 9:30 a.m. game played in London at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in London on turf. It actually ended up being a pretty good game. Jets had a shot towards the end to kind of come back, and they blew it. Zach Wilson did not play well at all. I thought this was one of the worst games that I've seen from Zach Wilson. Actually makes me a little bit concerned that he's having this type of game against this type of defense this late. Like, I shouldn't say late in the season. It's only week 5, but you would expect to see some sort of progression from him. Zach Wilson is not seeing the field. Like, we've talked about it in a few weeks now, and it continues to be an issue. And at this point, Zach Wilson is more of a liability as a quarterback than he is is an asset to that team. So Zach Wilson goes 19 of 32, 192, one pick, two sacks. That one pick was one of those throws where it's a deep out from the opposite side of I think it was from the opposite side of the field. Deep out from what I think was the opposite side of the field. I believe Crowder was the wide receiver. Zach Wilson stares down the receiver the entire route. Never takes his eye off of anybody else. It's cover two on the play. The safety reads it all the way because I mean Zach Wilson just laser eyed through the receiver the entire route. And then he delivers it late on the break, and he delivered it behind the wide receiver. Deep out, delivered late, and behind the wide receiver. 9 times out of 10, that's an interception in the NFL. And that is just an absolute rookie mistake and something that he can't do. And I mean, he's going to fall into that probably here and there throughout the year. But that one was ugly. Ugly. And I mean, it's just hard, man. I wanted to say good things. He looked better the week before against the Titans, but the Titans defense has given up a few of those games this year, it seems like. And so for me, it was not a good game for Zach Wilson. I was really hoping to see some better progress because I thought getting Jamison Crowder into the game, into the lineup was going to be a bigger thing. Denzel Mims had a nice catch. They just don't. The Jets don't seem to know what to do with their particular set of personnel. I think they have some nice pieces on defense, but those young pieces just aren't there yet. And they're not playing cohesively as a team, either on offense or on defense. They don't seem to want to run the ball, even with their young quarterback. I mean, I get it because every time they run the ball, they're probably tackled for a loss. Michael Carter went 10 for 38, so 3.8 a carry. Ty Johnson went 4 of 12 in rushing, and Tevin Coleman went 3 of 11. So nobody's cracking 4 yards a carry. Go Glover, welcome in, brother. How you doing, man? So none of these running backs are cracking off big runs. Their long run of the day was 9 yards. It's just it's hard to win. Look, I talk about this on Twitter all the time. I prefer the passing game, but that doesn't mean that the running game doesn't have value. And it has value in a few different ways. So for me, they've got to figure out how to be more effective in the run game. Play calling is probably where it starts. Offensive line isn't terrific. Defense is they play fairly fast. Chilling vibes, fellas. Gold Glover, welcome in, man. Let me know if there's any games you want to discuss while you're here. Are you streaming later tonight, Gold? So for me, there's not a whole lot good to write about this game. The Jets did show a little bit of fight towards the end of the game. The interesting thing I took out of this particular game was Arthur Smith finally comes up with a game plan to get Kyle Pitts the ball. Kyle Pitts, nine catches, 119 yards, 1 touchdown. And they did exactly tomorrow night. Okay, cool. I was going to make sure to raid you if you were going to be on tonight. Not that it's like the amount of raid that we had from the other day, but yeah, so we'll see. It's been a good night so far though. Yeah, so getting Kyle Pitts involved in the game is exactly what we've been asking for. They did it in exactly the way that we said that they needed to do. I think his big catch of the day, the 39-yarder, was max protection, 2 guys out in routes, and they took Kyle Pitts and they faked the block. He runs up the seam on a skinny post and wide open in the middle of the field. Big catch and run right down the middle of the field. I mean, it was exactly what we've been asking for and saying what would work with him. And, Arthur Smith left that one in the bag and called that one late in the game. So I'm curious if he has more and he's just kind of waiting to kind of unwrap them. But I feel like that's also giving him too much credit. I think they're figuring out that, holy crap, we don't have a ton of options. We got to get moving. And I mean, Hayden Hurst had a solid game. So it's not like they won't throw to their tight ends. It's just, it feels like they're trying to figure out how to throw to their tight ends. So, Mike Davis, not a terrible day, 13 for 53 and a touchdown, 2 catches, 8 yards. And Cordero Patterson is the guy on this team. He is the weapon. He had 14 rushes, 54 yards, 7 catches, 60 yards, no touchdowns, but was still is the guy that keeps the offense going. He's Matt Ryan's favorite receiver. Just one of those fantastic guys that he can do everything. Here's the thing. Cordell Patterson isn't the type of guy you line up outside or in the slot and you expect him to be able to run a full route tree, be precise, have amazing hands. Like, he's not a receiver. You also can't line him up in the backfield and just let him be a running back. Like, he's not a perfect fit for that either. He can't take that beating on a game-to-game basis. And then all of a sudden, like, you figure out he's not this and he's not that, but he can do those things, just can't do them like all the time. So how do we fix that? Well, why don't we try him a little bit in both of those? And I think that's the exact way to, like, I've been very hard on Arthur Smith this season because the Falcons just have not been good on offense or on defense. And I was hopeful that first game for what he did, but since then I haven't really liked what they've done. They got a little bit better this week. I'm curious if that's a product of the Jets defense. I think I saw progression out of this one and watching it back a couple of times, but and everybody, there's a lot of people saying Matt Ryan's washed. He's not washed. He's just fine. They just haven't given him the opportunity. He was 33 of 45, 342, 2 touchdowns, almost 110 rating. Finally got to push the ball downfield a little bit. So as they open up this offense, and maybe again it's just conservative play calling by Arthur Smith because he doesn't feel like they've done a good job, learning the offense and that they're not ready for it. But this felt like a step in the right direction. We'll see if that continues, but progression is kind of there. Falcons will be nice once Smith gets a few more guys. The problem is there's a lot of work to be done there, Grizz. They end up needing they're going to end up needing an entire offensive line. So their skill position players are okay. They don't have a ton of depth. They really need like a vertical receiver. So Calvin Ridley's that guy that can get open quickly off the line of scrimmage, runs a short to intermediate routes really well, fairly good with the ball in his hands, reliable receiver. But he is, he does those couple of things really well. They don't really have a field stretcher, which is why I thought Kyle Pitts was going to be a good complement to that. And then Patterson fits into that kind of trifecta very, very well because they can do a bunch of different things off of that. So they need a full offensive line. They need another receiver that can stretch the field. And they're going to be okay. The problem is by the time they build around that, Matt Ryan's probably going to be looking at going to another team. They're going to need to get somebody in here that was that is Matt Ryan's heir. So we'll see. But some positive things. Again, we don't talk much about this defense simply because it's just not very good. And I would attribute the lack of points on the Jets to Zach Wilson not being synced up. So, Gold, do you do fantasy too? I do. Well, so it's not a focus, but if you guys want to talk fantasy, we absolutely can. It's obviously a big element because we can talk about what different guys potentially have some good matchups for the day, for the week. And we definitely fold that in, especially on pregame. Pregame shows on Sundays is where everybody goes, hey, what about this guy? What about these two? I think it was Sexy last week. They were talking about a couple of those. Who was it? I don't know if it was Sexy that was talking about. It was funny because we said, actually, I want to look at this stat line real quick. So we were talking about fantasy last week, and we were talking about do we want CeeDee Lamb or where are we going? Where's Dallas? Do we want CeeDee Lamb or do we want Amari Cooper? And I said neither one of them are going to be a bad pick this week, I think. But basically you're going to get like a CeeDee Lamb might have 2 or 3 catches for 100 yards and a touchdown, where you're probably going to get like Cooper that's going to be maybe more catches, a little less yards, still gets probably a shorter touchdown. And we were pretty spot on. They actually targeted CeeDee Lamb a little bit more in this game than I thought they would. They had 6 targets for him, 4 catches, 84 and a touch, and then Cooper had 3 catches, 60 yards and a touch. So it was a good game either way. We were pretty spot on that one. And then there was another one. I can't remember. I wish I could save all of those and just see like how effective we are. it's funny. I can help other people out with their fantasy teams. I'm terrible at picking my own. I overthink it way too much whenever it comes to my own picks. All right, so that is New York Jets and Atlanta. Again, I think we missed that particular one. I thought the Jets offense would show up. If Zach Wilson has even just a minuscule better game, that ends up being closer, because some of the throws that he's not missing by inches, man. He's missing by yards on some of these. And in the right matchup, he looks phenomenal. Like, there are certain plays where it's just like, damn, that was impressive. And then there are other plays where you're like, ooh, is this guy really an NFL quarterback? Because that does not look like an NFL quarterback throw. So interested to see how that kind of continues, and how that goes. So all right, what's next? Let's go to where we go here. There we go. Let's go to, all right, let's do Philly, Carolina. I know that's not what's on the scoreboard right now, but that's where I've got my notes. Is that what's up? Yeah. Philly, Carolina. Where are we at? Did I miss them? Yeah, right there. All right. So for me, Philly, Carolina. So this is a game that I need to go back and look at some more. Carolina does a lot of interesting things on defense, and I thought the offense. Actually, let's start. So one of the weird things about this particular game, and I just watched the quick playthrough of it, but one of the things that I noticed is the Eagles have Mailata playing at right tackle, and that was really confusing for me. Like, they paid Mailata like he's a left tackle, and they're putting him at right tackle and letting Dillard play over at left tackle, and that doesn't make any sense to me, because one, I think Mailata, and we'll talk about this with Carolina too, because they're doing some weird stuff on their offensive line. So imagine, like, right tackle to left tackle, they're not the same position. It's doing everything that you have to do at right tackle gets mirrored when you do it at left tackle, and it's not exactly the same. Everything's flipped, right? It's like riding backwards, but it's riding backwards with your left hand, while a 300-pound defensive end is also bearing down on you, right? Like, it's not something that is easy to do. There are people that can do it, and it's why the swing tackle position is so important, is because somebody that can play both and be good at both is really, really important. Kind of like a switch hitter in baseball, right? Like, their ability to switch is a huge value for that particular player, because it can help with your matchups on your side. So flipping Mailata back and forth, like, Mailata played okay. Wiping with the other hand. Yeah, I forget who said that. Gabe didn't. So yes, there was an O line, an O lineman. I think it was on Twitter, said that learning to play the other side of the line is kind of like wiping with the other hand. And the thing is like, Mailata played okay over there, but like, he is a star left tackle when he plays left tackle. Let him go be a star left tackle, and then let Dillard figure it out on the right side. So them doing that seemed really weird to me. And I think it might have even confused Carolina for a bit, but then they eventually took some matchup advantages because of it. And then the other thing is in the exact same game, Carolina ends up taking Taylor Moton, which is their right tackle, who's a really good left tackle. Not like he's a bum. And they've clearly seen the same things that we've been talking about. The left side of their offensive line is pretty terrible. Like, it's been taken advantage of in the last couple of weeks. The first few weeks didn't seem to be like, it didn't show up as a major issue, but there were signs that it was still a major issue. And then the last couple of weeks, it's become a critical factor in why they're losing. And they brought Taylor Moton over to the left side. And so now you've taken a player that's playing at a really high level over here, and now he's playing at a lesser level over here, which, by the way, right tackle, left tackle, you can't say that they're more important positions at this point. Like, they're both equally important in this day and age, because defensive ends and linebackers move all over the place and will rush from many different sides. So it's much easier to rush from a different side than it is to block from a different side. So they took a really good player, basically chopped off part of his production and his ability by moving him to the other side. And then they put in somebody worse at the right tackle. And I can't even remember who they put in at right tackle, but like they just hampered the entire, like, and they're bad at 4 out of 5 positions on that offensive line. Carolina is, and they took their one good position and they made it bad too. So I'm not really sure what the point of that was, other than hoping that Moton would, and maybe that's it. Maybe they were like, hey, we need Moton to be our left tackle going forward. And they're just going to say, hey, you know what? We're going to ride this out and let him play. And I'm interested to see if that happens or if it's something that they're just kind of testing out. But it was just weird. And it was weird to me that both teams in this particular game did it. So I don't know what that was all about, but it was an interesting key point that was there. So, Grizz switching sides sucks. Yes, it does. Yeah. And ask any offensive linemen. None of them are happy switching sides. They are who they are. Let me do what I do and don't force me to switch sides because it just feels to, like, look, if you do this is just a little experiment, right? So cross your arms, right? Like cross your arms across your chest. So just do that. Just naturally cross your arms across your chest. Okay, now take them out. Shake your arms. All right, now cross them again. Now this time, whenever you cross your arms, notice which one is on top. So for me, I naturally put my right arm on top, right? Like put my right arm on top of my left, over top of my left whenever I cross my arms. Okay, now take them apart. So whatever arm was on top, cross your arms this time. But this time, put the opposite hand on top. So if your right arm was on top last time, put the left arm on top. So, like when you do that, right? Like you have to think about that a little bit more. Like when you go to put your left arm or whatever the opposite arm is, whenever you go to put that back on top, like you have to think about that a little bit more, right? Well, think about an offensive lineman that now has to think about how his feet are set, how his arms are set, how he's using his hands. Like, think about how he has to do that and how weird that feels. Like, he's doing that with his entire body. And flipping back and forth doesn't help that at all. Now, it gets easier. Like, if you were to think about it and do it again, you're like, oh, okay, it's a little bit easier the second time. And if you stop and then you go back and you do it again, it's a little bit easier the third time. Like, it gets easier and easier as you do it because that's what practice does. But that weird, like, having to think about it while trying to block DeMarcus Lawrence or Fletcher Cox or whoever it may be, like having to think about it, you're at a disadvantage and it's probably going to cause bad things. So that's just it doesn't make sense to me as to why they did that. Interested to see what that is going forward. The other thing about this game that stood out to me is it felt like Carolina came into this game thinking we should be just fine. Like we should win this game, and we're not going to have to like think a lot. I felt like they weren't as creative. They weren't as dynamic on offense. They weren't trying to do some of the things that I'd seen them do in previous weeks as much. So getting DJ Moore into that CMC position and letting him do some of those CMC things, they didn't do that as much this game, I felt. And it may have been a product of, hey, they got up by a decent amount early, and they stayed up for a good amount of the game. They were up 15-3 for a little bit, and then at 15-6 at halftime. And then they never really did much after that on offense. And it felt like the defense probably didn't feel like the defense was as variable as they've been in previous games. And it just felt like to me they didn't come in with as dialed in of a game plan as they thought, and they may have fallen victim to confirmation bias of, hey, we're up 15-3 and we can probably just kind of coast this game out. And they never really adjusted whenever Philly started to kind of climb back. Like even whenever Philly came back and got the field goal in the third quarter, it was like Carolina didn't really seem to adjust to it. It was like, hey, we're just going to kind of keep doing what we're doing. And it just still kind of didn't work. And so I would like to see a little bit more kind of a better, which is that to me is weird from Carolina because this is a game that they really should have won. They should be 4-1 at this point. It drops them to 3-2, and that's pretty painful when you're trying to fight for a playoff spot in the NFC. Like it just the other part of this is that for Darnold, like Darnold didn't look good in the second half, and um, I think it's important for them to play well on defense and not put Darnold in a position where he's got to be the guy to win the game. Because if you put him in a position where he's playing from behind and you're asking him to do too much, he's not that guy. He played pretty well in the first few games, but we've seen now in the Cowboys game and in this game, when you've got to put the ball in his hands with the game on the line, that is less than ideal for Carolina. They really miss CMC. He not having that is a big piece of that offense, right? Like, not just having that weapon in their arsenal is it makes it harder for them to use all the other weapons that they've got, as well as they don't really seem to be as dialed in as in their creativity. So a really disappointing game for Carolina for me in this particular one. I will say Jalen Hurts missed a good amount of throws, especially deep. Like we're not even talking about ball placement here. He was missing by miles, not inches, in some of these. There was one particular throw where at first watch, it looked like he was throwing it away out of bounds. On second watch, I think he had rolled out a little bit, and I think he was actually trying to throw the ball downfield, and it just sails on him and goes not where he intended. And luckily it went out of bounds, but it was so bad that it looked like a throwaway. And that's not what you need from a guy like that's not a franchise quarterback type of thing. And I'm starting to see it a little bit too much. I didn't blame the game 2 weeks ago against the Chiefs on him. I think he played all right in that particular game. I think he did enough considering what the coaching staff tried to put on him. Again, I'm not really sure what Sirianni's doing. I don't think this was a good game plan either. I think his players actually ended up bailing him out more than he bailed the team out. So they still refuse to get Miles Sanders or anybody in the run game for involved for that matter. Like I don't understand the lack of desire to figure out how to give the ball to Miles Sanders is it feels like if you give him enough touches, he's going to break one at some point. He had an 18-yarder in this particular game. He went 11 for 45 and 5 catches for 6 yards. So one, it's telling me that they don't do a good job of scheming anything up in the pass game for him. Two, he continues to have these stat lines where it's like 10 for 45, 11 for 50. Like he's getting 4.5, 5 yards a carry, and they're still like, no big deal. We're just gonna let Jalen Hurts, sling it around the field 37 times. Hurts was 22 of 37, 198, 1 pick, no touchdowns. Did take 2 sacks. He rushed for 9 times for 30 yards and 2 touchdowns. Like to me, I want my quarterback. If he runs for touchdowns, it's perfectly fine. I think that's a great weapon to have inside the 10 and inside the red zone. But 9 for 30 and 2 touchdowns isn't necessarily that. He did have a pretty bad fumble as well. Like I need to see more from Jalen Hurts. I need to see more from Nick Sirianni. I thought that there was no way that I had this as one of my locks of the week. I thought Carolina was going to be at -2.5 was an easy pick. I thought there was an overreaction to the Dallas game. And I think Carolina came out okay. It just turned out not to be sustainable for them. So, disappointing game for Carolina. I think it was as much on them as it was Philly winning this game. So RPO and zone read, he was very good at OU Bama. Yeah, Philly's running that type of offense right now. Like this is the OU offense to me. Like there's a lot of RPO zone read. Let Jalen Hurts make decisions and try to move linebackers out of the way with misdirection. Try to have edge guys take themselves out of the play, let them block themselves by making misreads. The problem is it's a lot harder to run in the NFL, and I think Sirianni's finding that it's not as successful as he would like it to be. So they've got to grow out of that, man. And Jalen Hurts has to grow out of it. Like at right now, Philly is not good enough to beat really good teams. And I actually thought Carolina was a pretty good team. The watching Sam Darnold this week, I'm now having major questions about is he able to carry them or um, be good enough for the rest of the year for Carolina to have any shot whatsoever at the playoffs. I thought that they had a good shot before this week. At this point, I have major questions. Simply because I don't see the creativity. I don't see what I don't see what I need to see from Darnold. That defense had played really, really well early on in the season. Dallas kind of showed that they can be pushed around and bullied up front whenever you get the run game going, which I thought Philly would see. They didn't really seem to care, especially with a pretty solid offensive line. So we'll see. We'll see what develops out of these two teams. But I think this now feels like two teams that are pretty evenly matched. Like I would expect them both to be around 500 coming into the end of the year without looking at their forward schedule, because schedule is going to be very, very important for teams like this to determine whether they're 7, 8, 9 wins. And remember, with an extra game this year, there's no 8 and 8. 8 or 9 wins is basically 500. It's just whether you get lucky in that extra game or not. So that's Philly, Carolina. Excited. I wouldn't say excited, but interested to see what they've got going forward. All right, let's go Green Bay, Cincinnati. Bengals and Packers. All right. So, where do we start? All right, so let's start. I'll say this about Mason Crosby, and then before we get into the whole fourth quarter ordeal, um, we'll talk about the rest of the game, and then we'll talk about how anybody who has tuned into this channel in the last 3 to 4 weeks could see this coming from a mile away. So, Mason Crosby. Mason Crosby I think he's missed 2 field goals in the previous 2 years. 2 total prior to this season. He missed 3 in the final 5 minutes of this game. 3. And one of them was like a 25, 30 yarder. It wasn't like that one was a particularly long one. The other 2 were fairly long, outside of 40. So missable kicks. One of them was absolutely not. He just shanked it like I do a 3-iron, basically, just right off the end and into the woods. Technically, I think it was a pull. I do that pretty often too. So, really, the first 50 minutes of the game, Green Bay probably played better in this game than it might seem based on the score because of how close it was. I think Green Bay missed a ton of opportunities in this game. Whenever I went, because this is the game that I watched on Sunday for the most part during the 1:00 games. And there were so many opportunities for Green Bay that they just flat out missed. Now, I will say that a lot of that was because of the pressure that the Bengals got up front. So, Aaron Rodgers, 27 of 39, 344, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. He did have a rating of 102.9. Now, he missed the big thing here is Devontae Adams had his way with the Bengals defense. He was doing anything he wanted to. 11 catches, 206 yards, 1 touchdown. He was making it look easy to run through and behind and all over this defense. And he should have had another, I think it was 20 or 30 yarder. That was a touchdown. And Aaron Rodgers just missed him because he had DJ Reader was in his lap, like in his bread basket. And affected the throw. And Reader's phenomenal, by the way. We've talked about Reader and how much I love Reader. He looks like an impact player. He's been a big time player for them. On offense, Jamar Chase looks unstoppable. Burrow toughed it out after taking a big hit on a scramble earlier in the game. Like the offense lived up. The Bengals offense lived up to what we thought it would, in having some pretty big plays. Like Jamar Chase had the go route. He had the over route that came all the way across the field on a Burrow scramble, and it seemed like the Green Bay defense had no idea what they were supposed to be doing on that particular play. And Jamar Chase ends up with 6 catches, 159, and a touchdown. That over route was the one that he came across and ended up with a 70-yard touchdown. Like it was just, it's insane how good Jamar Chase looks right now. And for all the haters that were saying that, hey, the Bengals are stupid for taking Jamar Chase, they should have taken Penei Sewell. Like, Jamar Chase looks like the real deal. I still hate the idea of not giving Burrow the protection that he needs, but man, does Jamar Chase look good. The rest of the day from all the other receivers was fairly mediocre. Mixon did play a big part early, ends up getting hurt. Samaje Perine comes in, ends up with 4 catches, 24 yards, and a touchdown, 11 rushes for 59 yards. So he played pretty well, had a couple big runs towards the end of the game that ended up in first downs. Overall, this is what we thought we would see. Like, Green Bay probably wins this game by a bunch if they connect on a few extra opportunities that they missed that they should have connected on. The Bengals are a solid football team. I don't think that they're an overly great football team. And I thought that this was a solid matchup because they were going to be able to play with most of the Packers receivers, and Devontae Adams was the question mark. Are they going to be able to contain Devontae Adams? They pretty much contained everybody else. They just could not contain Devontae. And then we get into so it's a tight game going into the fourth quarter. I think it's 19-14 going in. Bengals end up scoring in the fourth quarter. There were a couple of so Crosby had missed Crosby misses a kick, like just absolutely just shanks. Let me see, it was 27-yarder or something like that. He had missed an extra point earlier in the game as well. He ends up taking 7 field goals in this particular game, which is crazy. And then it becomes kind of a back and forth game very, very late in the fourth quarter. And then Crosby has his issues, and that's not actually what I want to talk about. Like, because Crosby missing kicks, he's a guy that he's had the yips before, and so this isn't crazy. He has been Mr. Dependable for the last 2 years, but the year before that he had yips. Like, there was a game where I think he missed all 4 field goals in one single game, if I remember correctly. And so for me, Burrow deserves a win in this game. Jamar Chase deserves a win in this game. I would say the Bengals offensive line actually did a pretty solid job here. They deserve a win in this game. Zach Taylor does not deserve a win in this game. Zach Taylor is easily one of the worst play callers and decision makers that I've seen in the NFL. He is, I have no idea what this guy is doing. And I get that he has, they drafted McPherson to be their field goal kicker, and they have a ton of faith in him. But you're an absolute idiot whenever you have 30 seconds on the clock and you basically run 2 run plays into the middle of the field to let your kicker kick for 57 out. Like, you have an offense that is moving with Joe Burrow, and Jamar Chase is uncoverable on the day. And here you are stopping at the 40-yard line and kicking it from there. Like, what in your right mind thinks that is a good decision? And this is something that we have harped on for weeks and weeks and weeks. Coaches have to stop playing for the long field goals. So think about this, right? Like, so Zach Taylor made the same decision same decision in this game multiple times. And he was playing for the 50-yard plus attempt and missed on both of them. And like, what are we doing, people? It's not that hard. McPherson is a terrific kicker, but you're an idiot if you're trying this consistently and Justin Tucker isn't your kicker. He's the only one that has any amount of credibility outside of 50 yards. No other kicker in the NFL right now has any credibility outside of 50 yards. It's a 50-50 shot at best outside of 50, and it's actually less than that. And even with Justin Tucker, I would still say, you know what, get the ball as close as you can. Like, let's just stop and think about this for a second. Let's look at the logic of what these coaches are doing. They're basically saying, I know that my kicker's longest field goal is 54 yards. As long as I get close to that, we're good, right? So his longest is 54. Like, I know he can make it from there. Can he consistently make it from there? Nope. Can you consistently hit a 300-yard drive into the middle of the fairway? Nah, anytime you grip it and rip it, it probably ends up off the side somewhere, right? It's the same thing for a kicker. It's the same kind of dynamic. The harder they have to kick it, the more likely something is to go wrong. And these guys are saying, you know what? I'm going to try to go for the big drive every single time. And the success rate of something like that is less than 50%. And then they're blown away when it doesn't work. Hey, guess what? Based on the success percentage of that particular kick, and it's not like these stats are hard to look up. Like you could go to Pro Football Reference right now, look up attempts over 50 yard in the NFL this year and see that it's below 50%. Like even Justin Tucker is probably a little bit over 50% outside of 50. And then once you get into the 40, 50 yard range, you're talking about somewhere near the 50 mark. Like it's not particularly great from there either. So basically, they're playing to lose the game. They're saying, hey, I'm playing into a percentage that is less than 50% in these areas, and I'm going to consistently make this call over and over again, and I'm going to wonder why we don't actually win games, why we don't actually hit kicks, especially late in the game. And Zach Taylor did it twice. Hey, my guy missed it the first time. I think he doinked it both times, actually. First time, he doinked it on the left upright, I believe. And then the second one, he actually hit the flag as it was floating outside of the top of the upright. Plenty of distance, perfectly fine. But again, at that distance and with a little bit of wind blowing, very unlikely to hit a kick like that. And he has no idea why. Like he seems like baffled that this is what's happening. Like, what in the world are you doing? And he does it twice. He doesn't deserve to win that game. He doesn't deserve to win any games that he does that. And my memo to all NFL coaches stands: play for the 20. Play for the 20-yard line. Like, if you're not inside of 40, you're probably not winning the game. Just count on you not winning the game. Because that's the standard. That's the analytics. That's what the percentages say, is that if you're not inside of 40, you're probably going to miss the kick. I just don't get it. I don't understand it whatsoever. It makes no sense to me. And it's not like this is hard. It's not like this isn't something that you know, we're like, it's not rocket science. The numbers are easy. And I know the Bengals don't have a particularly robust staff behind the scenes. They're one of the, I'm just going to call it like it is. They're one of the cheapest teams in the NFL. The Browns and Katie Blackburn are one of the cheapest teams in the NFL. They don't like to spend money. They don't have a full personnel staff. They like to cut short their coaches' contracts. They're just not a big spending team. They like to make their money, which is fine. But you can't. Zach Taylor needs to change his decision-making process in the fourth quarter, or the Bengals aren't going to be able to win consistently. Like, they are wasting Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's now been hurt last year because of Zach Taylor's play calling and his decision-making and how he thought he needed to utilize Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's one of the few quarterbacks that I said, hey, this guy can start from day one and he's going to be just fine. I never say that about quarterbacks. Said it about Andrew Luck. Said it about Peyton Manning. Not many since then. Not necessarily even on that boat with Trevor Lawrence. I think Trevor Lawrence is probably pretty close to that, but I'd also like to see them like do some things to help him out and not make him such a bad and not put him in such a bad position. So for me, it's Cincinnati deserves to lose this game. And to be honest, Green Bay didn't particularly deserve to win this game, but I am glad to see Crosby kind of hit the game winner after 3 hard yips. The Bengals are a solid football team, but with Zach Taylor at the helm, they're working against their head coach, not for him. Like he is actively degrading how good this team is. And we've talked about it before. NFL teams, like their talent levels are fairly close, right? They're all kind of in this same area. It's not like Urban Meyer said, you play Alabama every week. It's not like Ohio State playing, Mary School for the for the blind or something like that. Like, it's not like, it's not like Kentucky playing LSU where they're going to win by 20 points, right? Just kidding. Kentucky gets Georgia this week, so I better be careful with that. So yeah, like it's not like there's this massive talent gap and bad coaching is going to get covered up by your ability to recruit. That's not how it is in the NFL. Bad coaching is going to shine through. Good coaching is going to shine through. And the Bengals, while I don't think that they're a terrible roster, they're exponentially worse because of their head coach right now. Exponentially worse. They should be 3-1. Honestly, this could be a 5-0 team. This could be a 5-0 team. I just they're good enough to be 5-0. I mean, let's see. They end up losing to the Packers. Who else did they lose to? Chicago. Yeah. They absolutely should be 5. They probably didn't deserve to win against Minnesota. Got a little lucky. Okay, take it. Week 1 variance. Fine. Chicago lost 2017. They beat Pittsburgh, beat Jacksonville. They actually should be 5-0 right now because they could have beaten Green Bay. But their head coach makes some dumb decisions at the end. Joe Burrow has to overcome his coach, and that's a problem. That's an absolute. Can you imagine if it was Brandon Staley in Cincinnati? They'd be 5-0, and we'd be talking about how good the Bengals are. Because he knows how to use his young quarterback and let his young quarterback eat. Anyways, all right, rant over. Sorry, that one's one of my more frustrating games to watch this weekend. Like I said, I've not been that mad at a team that isn't the Bucks in at least 3 years. One of my least favorite things to watch is to people make stupid decisions that's going to cost them the game, especially whenever they've had guys that play their ass off and probably deserve it more than the head coach does. So, all right, so that one's that. Let's move on. Let's go to New England, Houston. We'll spend a lot of time here. New England escapes with a win. Escapes like they were trailing pretty much the entire game. They were trailing the entire game. The thing that stood out to me is Davis Mills looks like a normal quarterback in this game. Like this particular game is what they were hoping Davis Mills could do. There's a couple ways to look at this, right? And it's up to us to kind of figure out and decide what our particular perspective is on something like this. Davis Mills has played 4 games. It looked horrible. And then he plays a 5th game. And now all of a sudden he looks kind of good, actually. And against a Bill Belichick defense that's known to be kind of the rookie crippler, right? Like anytime rookies play a Bill Belichick coach team, they end up in the blender and don't end up not looking good at all. And Davis Mills comes in, slices them up for the first 3 quarters, looks pretty good, makes a couple big throws. He gets lucky on one. He threw one up that probably not the best decision, but he gets away with it. But with seeing that, we go, okay, there's 4 games. The 4 games look bad. The 5th game looks pretty good. Is this progression or is this an outlier? And what is it? And going back and looking at this game, I would say I think the Pats felt like Davis Mills wasn't going to beat him, and that was not the focus of their defense, and they kind of allowed him to do this. And I tend to lean that this is more of an outlier, but it also doesn't necessarily mean that it's not, that he didn't progress, that Davis Mills is not progressing. It can be a little bit of both. It doesn't have to be linear, one or the other. So I feel like Davis Mills looked good in this game. I'm not expecting it in any games going forward. I will be pleasantly surprised. Low expectations, the key to life. Low expectations, be surprised when good things happen. You'll be happier that way. You never get, whenever you come in under expectations, it's always pretty painful. So keep those low expectations. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best, and expect somewhere in between. The weird thing about this is it felt like the Texans decided not to cover the middle of the field. Like Mac Jones was just all day, just right. Well, not really all day, but later in the game was just throwing it right over the middle of the field. Like I don't know what that was all about. The linebackers were out of place, weren't playing well. The cover 2 defense of Lovey plays into that. The cover 2. So listen, cover 2 has value as a coverage, right? Like there's a reason for it, and it has absolute value. But to run cover 2 as a defensive scheme is horrible. Like, why and Lovie Smith continues to run it. I know that's what he's known for. Who gives a damn? I don't really care. There was one time in Chicago where everybody's like, oh, he's got to cover 2, and he was playing a ton of cover 1 and cover 3 while blitzing. Like, that was his best defense he's ever had. And I think that was whenever he had Khalil Mack for a while too. So, and he had a good defensive line and a decent offense, if I remember correctly. But running cover 2 in the NFL, the way quarterbacks are and the way offenses are designed, they're going to eat that up all day long. And Lovey runs cover 2 at a rate that's almost twice as much as the next highest team. Like, it's insane how much he runs cover 2. And he'll run cover 2 man, he'll run cover 2 zone. Like, he's got to figure something else out. He cannot be a one-trick pony. Offenses are too good nowadays to do stuff like that. He's got to be better about all of that. So, New England escapes with a win. They do cover, which is surprising. Was really surprising to see. Hopefully, this is kind of a progression. No one likes to see a bad team. Hopefully this continues to be a progression. They get Tyrod back and Houston can actually, swing back whenever teams are swinging at them, because once they got up by a little bit, and then once New England started swinging, they had nothing left in the tank. So nothing really crazy about this. The Patriots still don't seem to want to let Mac Jones just throw the ball. I would say Ramondre Stevenson, I think it's an interesting thing to see if he's going to get going. If he's going to get going. I mean, I felt like in the preseason, I felt like he was the best running back that they had. They started to let him get going in this game. Damian Harris clearly is the best one, but I don't see how Brandon Bolden is any better than Ramondre Stevenson, and this is Ramondre's first significant snaps of the year. And I'm curious if they continue to let that happen. So somebody to keep your eye on potentially in fantasy. I'm not sure. I don't know who New England plays this week. I haven't really spent a ton of time looking at this week's schedule outside of the Thursday night game. So potentially a guy to pull out, because if the Patriots can get the run game going, don't think they ever want to throw Mac Jones. I just don't think that that's something that they're interested in doing, because they would rather play conservative football right now. All right, that's New England, Houston. Let's talk about Tennessee, Jacksonville. So Tennessee favored by only 4 points in this game. Tennessee rolls. Henry had a big day. Let's see. Henry had 29 carries, 130 yards, 3 touchdowns. It was the Derrick Henry show. Ryan Tannehill was efficient in this game. Like, this is the type of game they would love to just be able to let Tannehill kind of only have to throw it whenever they need to. He was 14 of 22, 197, a touchdown. Did get sacked 3 times. That O-line still continues to be an issue. And Tannehill's got to be smart about it too. Like, he's got to know what he's got blocking in front of him and be smart about getting rid of the football quickly. A.J. Brown does come back, doesn't play a huge factor. He is targeted the most, but only comes up with 3 catches and 38 yards. Gabe, we're going to talk about that. Yeah, so Jeremy McNichols gets a couple of catches in the past game. Chester Rogers gets in. I think that was all late, if I remember correctly. It's Tennessee rolls. Their defense still isn't very good. This defense, they shouldn't have given up 19 points against this particular team. That's not only are they not particularly great, they're also a little bit distracted. Trevor Lawrence goes 23 of 33, 273, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. 92 rating. He does have a throw for 58. That was a pretty one. 7 attempts for 28 yards. Not real efficient running the ball, but I think he's gonna get better at that as the season goes on. James Robinson, 18 for 149. That's the key to me, is them getting James Robinson going. I think they have a good enough offensive line to kind of push that type of that type of running game. And it seems like it's something that they're really interested in getting going, because they kind of figured out that they could potentially do that against Cincinnati. They come in against Tennessee, they start getting some success. James Robinson did rip one off for 58, so that plays into that a good amount. But still, even without the 58-yarder, he's running for 90 yards. So solid in the run game, take some pressure off of Trevor Lawrence, and then this offense can get going. I'm not sure this defense is going to be good enough for them to be able to be successful with and be consistently good with. But I mean, there's potential that they could at least win a game if they get the right matchup on the right team. Maybe they got some players hurt, out for COVID, get somebody, looking forward to the week after. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if the Jags do pull off a win. Man, I'm looking at, their offense is 32nd. Oh, their pass DVOA is 32nd right now. And their rush DVOA is now 24th, probably off of the last 6 quarters. Well, I guess it was 2 quarters a game ago and then 4 quarters in the last game. So, give me my team. I want to see if these are updated. Oh, they are 10-12. Okay. And yeah, so Jacksonville's offense is 23rd, defense is 31st. That sounds about right. So Gabe, you actually brought up a good point. Urban this week said that his goal was to go 250 rushing, 250 passing. Urban's goal on offense is to run for 250 yards and pass for 250 yards. And I saw somebody send out a stat that said that was something that's been done 30 times in the history of the NFL total. In the 50-something years? So less than once a season it's done, and he wants to do it every single game. So first of all, if you want to rush for 250 yards, you don't know what the hell you're doing in the NFL. If that is an actual goal for you, if that is an actual goal for you to rush for 250 yards, you don't belong in the NFL. That's only part one of this conversation. The second part of that same statement, we're not even out of that one statement yet. The other thing is if you're throwing for 250 yards, unless you've got Derrick Henry, which they don't have, like James Robinson a lot, but 250 yards isn't impressive. Like, if you want an impressive passing game, if you're not cracking 300, you're not really doing very much. And if you're running for 250, if you can run for 250, fantastic. Rarely do teams run for 150. Like, it's rare that we got 2 teams that ran for 150 this week. Doesn't happen that often. Like, Urban is just so far out of his wheelhouse, man. Like, it's just so far out. When he said that, like, to me, it's let's just end this. Let's just end it. Let's just end the experiment. Be done with it. The Jags will be better off. It's sad to say that the Jags would be better off with Darrell Bevell as their head coach, or Jack Del Rio. Who's there? Like, it's sad to say that they would be better off with Darrell Bevell as their head coach, but they would be. They absolutely would be. That's funny, Gabe. Ohio State has more 250 games since Urban left than they had with him. If that's true, that's awesome. Joe Cullen, that's their defense coordinator. I was like, why am I thinking Jack Del Rio? Joe Cullen. Yeah, Joe Cullen's not the head coach. Darrell Bevell as the head coach. It's still sad. Oh man. There was a guy that I tweeted, like, let's just end the experiment, and he said no. He's a Jags fan. He said no. That's like, I want to see how bad this gets. He's like, I've seen bad before, but this could be entertainingly bad. Like, let's see how bad this gets with the Urban Meyer show. Don't let him go anywhere, because this could be fun. Like, this is gonna be a train wreck that everybody's gonna gooseneck as they run past, right? Like, I feel for Jags fans, man. You guys deserve better. I yeah. I'm just glad I'm not a Jags fan. Just glad I'm not a Jags fan. So yeah, the one thing I would take away from this game, Tannehill is actually playing at a very efficient level. I think he's played pretty well. Outside of some drops by his wide receivers, I think he's played well. I'm disappointed in this defense. Overall, I don't think the Tennessee defense. I don't think the Tennessee defense has played really well. And now that I'm saying that, I want to confirm. Yeah, 27th and DVOA. I I always like to check DVOA because it's just a good check of am I in the ballpark or am I missing something? Because the first few weeks of the year, with me calling the Arizona, I'm like, it feels like the defense isn't. I mean, yeah, they had the one big game against Tannehill, but outside of that, are they actually playing really well? And I didn't feel like they were playing particularly sound, but they were still creating plays, which is hard to factor in because there's a lack of consistency there. They were giving up big plays, but they were making big plays, and that's a hard thing to balance just in your own head. And DVOA is a good way to kind of check that. So I think Tannehill's playing fairly well. They're not asking him to do a lot, which is fine. If they can run for, if they can use Derrick Henry and score with it, that's an effective offense. It's not like trying to run with Ronald Jones and getting 2 yards a carry. When you can take Derrick Henry and run, fantastic, go for it. That's awesome. So yeah, and we'll move on from Tennessee Jacksonville from there. Um, Denver Pittsburgh. This was a game that I had wrong as well. Is Vita Vea a better running back than? Yes. Vita Vea is going to get you at least 2 yards because he's so hard to tackle. Ronald Jones is just going to run into the back of his offensive lineman and then wonder why he didn't get 3 yards. So you think Tua is the guy in Miami or trading for Deshaun Watson is the better option? Man of Graz, I think that's a tricky question. So the answer to the first question is no. I don't think Tua is the guy. I haven't thought Tua was the guy since college. I don't think he's a particularly great passer, and I don't see a path to which he becomes a good enough passer from the pocket in the NFL to make him a good quarterback. Because the difference is that in college you can get away with athleticism um, at the quarterback position, and you can win games like that when you have a major talent advantage. In the NFL, you don't have that talent advantage, and the quarterback position is most effective from the pocket. It doesn't mean that running isn't of value, but it is of a secondary value and has an impact on the running game or on the passing game. And Lamar is the perfect example of this balance between being a solid passer. Nobody's going to argue that he's the best passer in the league. He's a good thrower. He can throw the football, but as far as him being a passer, I think that's an important distinction. Like he's a really phenomenal thrower. He's a solid passer. However, him being a solid passer and having his athleticism opens up windows in the defense that are much larger, which makes him much more able to be a passer in the NFL. And you can't say, well, what if you take away his legs? Well, he has his legs. It's part of who he is. It's part of the package. Tua isn't a good enough passer that his legs are of substantial value at this point, because if he doesn't reach a certain threshold as a passer, not really a whole lot else matters, and his legs aren't good enough to move enough defenders out of the way, or for defenses to have to adjust an entire game plan that's going to give him much more field to work with. Now is the second question is is trading for Deshaun Watson the better option? Um, it depends. There's too much in the air to say whether that is. There's too much unknown with Deshaun Watson to say whether that is whether that's a yes or a no. I think as a player, Deshaun Watson is huge, huge upgrade, massive upgrade. I do think that he is the caliber of quarterback that you can win a Super Bowl with. I think that's pretty obvious. I think that with the number of allegations that he has against him, it's a very risky proposition to trade for a guy like that and to make him the face of your franchise, because it's really hard. Like if that's a cornerback or something and he's a lockdown cornerback, like Aqib Talib had more gun charges than than I spent years in the NFL, right? Like he there were so many screw ups with that guy, but he was such a good cornerback that teams still wanted him. Teams still would sign him and give him a shot and let him play, even though he was continuing to screw up, because talent trumps all, right? The problem is that at cornerback, he's not the face of your team. Like he's out there, he plays football. They're not really clamoring to go and interview a cornerback unless he has a massive game. And when a cornerback has an awful game, it's not like people are like, "Oh, I really need to go interview him." No, it's usually that might be a locker room interview, but he's not standing at the podium typically. After every single football game, it's a requirement that your starting quarterback, or if your starting quarterback ends up hurt and can't make it, that the quarterback who finishes the game is on the podium, is on the podium in front of the media after every single game. And if I were an owner, I would not feel comfortable putting Deshaun Watson as that guy on the podium every single week representing my team. I mean, look, we can loop the John Gruden thing into this. So it was funny. I was texting with a couple friends in the NFL, or former NFL, some still in the NFL, and one of the guys was a PR guy, and because I asked him, I said, "Hey, like, how would you handle this with the first report of the one email of Gruden and what he said about DeMaurice Smith?" And I said, "How would you handle it? Like, what's your game plan here? How do you mitigate risk? How do you mitigate the story that surrounds this? And what do you do?" And he said, "Well, nothing. It's indefensible." And I said, "Really? Like, there's nothing?" He goes, "Of course you could try, but I think in today's day and age, this is going to be really hard to come back from." He goes, "He may make it through. The problem is where there's smoke, there's fire." And my text back to him was, "Hey, you know what? The more I think about it, there's never just one. There's never just one, right? There's never just one email. There's never just one comment. There's never just one DM or one text or one of whatever it is. If there's one, there's probably many of them." And after we had that conversation a few days later, now all of a sudden there's a dozen emails that say some various horrific things, and now all of a sudden John Gruden's fired. Like, it comes out that this is all bad, or that, like, it wasn't just one racist comment. There was many racist comments, many homophobic comments, many denigrating comments to other people, including one about a former owner, or about an owner that he formerly worked for. That Bruce Allen, by the way, isn't getting enough flack for. It's all the vitriol seems to be directed at John Gruden, but Bruce Allen's comment in that particular reply was not of the best variety either. So, like, to me, like, it's hard in today's NFL to have somebody with a questionable past, and with recent questionable issues to be the face of your franchise, whether that's coach, QB, GM, president. Like, those positions, you need somebody that is fairly polished. And look, I from working inside of an NFL building, I can tell you that that's not uncommon. And this was, I worked for the Bucks 10 years ago. Was fired 2000, well, technically 2012, because it was like January 2nd or something like that. But yeah, so the stuff that happens, having worked inside of a football building and having worked inside of a corporate office, those two environments are totally different. What is accepted within that football environment is totally different than I can't tell you how many times I got MF'd for screwing something up. Like if between head coach or one of the coaches or personnel guys telling me I either needed to be fired or MF this, all because, their reservation was for 10 and they decided at the last minute they were going to bring 5 people to their dinner and the restaurant couldn't accommodate them. Like, I would get calls at 2 a.m. because of that. And I'm like, I had nothing. You did this. I had nothing to do with this. And they're like, you're supposed to be able to fix it. MF you and MF this and you need to be fired. And I'm like, all right, dude, whatever. Right? Like, if your boss and your job did that in a corporate environment and called you an MFer multiple times while screaming in your face with other people watching, they'd be gone in a second. And then in the NFL, that used to be the normal thing. So yeah. So like it's just totally different, and it's totally different now than it was 10 years ago. And those guys in those positions, they don't know not to put stuff in the email. Like, to us, like, if with our familiarity with email and text messaging and stuff like that, and working in if you've worked any white collar job that's not construction or service industry or manufacturing or something like that. Like if you worked a white collar job, a desk job, an office job, you realize that everybody knows that, like, you shouldn't put something in. And now we do sometimes because we get mad and we're like, I'm going to tell this person. But if you put it in email, it never goes away. And in the world of technology, and these guys don't know that, and they probably don't care. And they're using work emails to send some of this stuff. Like, Gabe, you're right. Like, sending nude photos of cheerleaders back and forth across work emails are crazy, right? Like, to us, it's like, how in the world do you do something like that? And I didn't mean to get off on a tangent on Gruden and all this stuff, but it kind of factors into character matters whenever it comes to your head coach position, your QB position. And right now, I couldn't trade for him. Now, again, like the previous issue that this most closely relates to is Big Ben, right? So Big Ben, obviously some pretty serious allegations. I don't think there were ever formal charges filed against Ben. I think there was a settlement involved, if I remember correctly, but the NFL still suspended him, even though there were no criminal charges. And he had to do a ton of PR to kind of rebuild his image and come back from. And Deshaun Watson's going to do the same thing. And the thing is Deshaun Watson is currently just being inactive every week, which means he's not serving any suspension. If he were moved to the commissioner's exempt list, so if all of a sudden tomorrow the Texans said, hey, you know what, we're going to make him active, we're going to start playing him, the NFL would step in and they would say, no, you're not. He's going on commissioner's exempt list. And basically what that is it's paid suspension. And it means that until they figure this out and until the court proceedings happen, Deshaun Watson's going to get paid, but he's not going to play. And later on, when he comes off the exempt list and a suspension is handed down, because that's 98% likely of what's going to happen, he's not going to come out of this free. They're going to be able to say, hey, you're going to be suspended for a full season. And if he's on the exempt list, all of those games that he spends on the exempt list count towards his suspension because he's currently active or currently on the team, but being inactive every week, not on the commissioner exempt list. None of these games that he's sitting out are going to count towards whatever suspension is eventually handed down. So how do you manage something like that? Right. Like, it's not necessarily something that you want to deal with as an organization, especially right now. And if they were to trade for it, like if Miami were to trade for Deshaun Watson, he's probably going to get suspended. like when they trade for him. As soon as he's traded, he's suspended indefinitely, probably conduct detrimental, whatever you want to call it, or goes on the commissioner's exempt list, and then eventually gets suspended for a year or however long it is, based on whatever comes out of the court proceedings, most likely, which I think are either take place this month or next month. So it's not like he's coming back anytime soon, or this is going to be resolved anytime soon. And again, if there's smoke, there's fire. If there's 22 or 23 allegations against him or whatever it is, like it just can't be coincidence 20 plus times, right? Like it seems very optimistic to think that there's that many people that would try to pull something like this on an NFL quarterback that didn't have any sort of experience with it. So I don't know. They're all allegations. He could be completely innocent. You just never know. And it could be a money grab. I know that I've heard stories about NFL players who have experienced that. So, yeah, it's serious stuff, but it affects what goes on the field. And I don't think that there's any particular NFL team that's going to be interested in trading for him at this time until things get cleared up. So I will stop there on that particular one. I want to know what this 650K other emails from the Washington football team investigation, but we know commit. Yeah. So those aren't going to get out. The NFL released so on exempt list, first of all, yes, Watson gets paid. On the other 650,000 emails, no shot that the NFL purposefully leaks them. Now, if somebody gets their hands on them, say a reporter or something like that, then sure. There's going to be a lot going on there. And the problem is that now these emails could potentially become discovery. And so right now the city of St. Louis is suing the NFL and the Los Angeles Rams for moving because they feel like they lost, I think it's like $3 or $4 billion because the Rams moved. They broke their contract and moved. And so that could potentially become discovery in the Rams NFL and city of St. Louis case. And if it does, then it potentially becomes public record or information that the public can access. So they are potentially playing with fire at this point. So again, if it gets to that particular point, they're probably going to do some sort of settlement and make sure that stuff doesn't get out. But 650,000 emails, and there's a lot of leaky pipes inside the NFL. So how something else doesn't get released, I don't know. It doesn't necessarily mean that it does, but I know that the NFL will not want that to happen because I would imagine that, again, there's not just one, right? If it's not just Gruden, it's not just Bruce Allen. They're probably holding on pretty tightly to them because Dan Snyder's probably involved in them. And who knows how many emails were exchanged across multiple teams for that particular thing. So, all right, so let's get back to football. We were going to do Denver Pitt. But Man of Graz, is it Graz or Grass? Do you think the Chargers can hold their current form and become contenders? I think the Chargers are already contenders. I think they have proven to me. Man of Grass. Okay, just making sure. I think the Chargers have proven to me, and we'll get into it. We haven't covered the Cleveland Chargers game yet, but I think they've proven to me. It's cool with one S. Nice. The Chargers have proven to me they're good enough. I mean, I think Cleveland is a very good team. They've beaten the Chiefs. They've had a fairly tough schedule so far, if I remember correctly, because they beat the Chiefs. They only lost to Dallas, and they shouldn't have lost to Dallas. The only reason they lost to Dallas is because they had that illegal shift penalty inside the 10 that ended up costing them a touchdown. But they ended up losing 2017. Since then, before that, they beat Washington, no big deal. Then they lost to Dallas 20-17. Then they beat the Chiefs in Kansas City, which looks a little less right now, but we'll talk about why that's still a big deal. Then they beat Vegas, and then they beat Cleveland. And that's 4 out of 5 of those teams are playoff caliber teams. Kansas City, definitely. Cleveland, definitely. Vegas, probably. Dallas, hell yes. So that's a tough schedule, and they've played very, very well in all 5 of their games. So I'm a huge Brandon Staley fan. I think they match up against a ton of different teams. They are able to match up week to week. So yeah. So I think that's a I think they're a damn good football team. I think they can win in a number of ways and can adapt from week to week. We'll talk about that specifically in terms of this Cleveland game. And I think Brandon Staley, who comes off with another terrific soundbite every single week in his pressers, is like, I'm in love with that dude. I'm in love with that dude because of everything that he says. Like when he talks about, when people ask him about the about passing to score, he says, yeah, that's great, but there's a physical element whenever you run the ball. Like if you don't run the ball, you're removing that physical element to the game. And like it or not, it does impact the defense and it does impose your will on the other team. So sure, we can score points, but we also want to be physical. And to do that, we need to run the ball with a decent amount and with some good consistency. And like his ability to be able to explain things that we've been saying before, and he takes smart analytical things and he ties them back to actual football on the field as it should be. Like he gets the football and the analytics side of it, and he understands how the two marry together, and that's phenomenal for me. He talks about data. The data has proven that you don't need a successful run game for play action to be effective. Like, yeah, there have been people that have been saying that for a very long time, and it seems like nobody wants to pay attention or admit it. And he goes out and says, now look, if he comes out and says that, and talks about the rushing 20 times or 30 times and being 10-0 whenever you do that's not real, that's correlation, not causation. Like if he says that, I will bathe myself in Chargers gear and wear it for the rest of the year. Like they have been my adopted team since week 1. Because I like them. I actually liked the Chargers last year, and if not for some Anthony Lynn horrible in-game decisions and clock management, they probably would have won a few games, gone to the playoffs, and Anthony Lynn ends up making it through the season and having another one. But man, did the Chargers luck out and find themselves a good one in Brandon Staley. I'm super excited with the data. I hate not taking field goals on 4th down. Did you watch the Bengals and Packers game this week? Actually, did you watch any football game? Because this was one of the worst kicking weekends in the history of the NFL. I feel as though points matter in the long run. There are so many games that could have gone a different way if they kicked consistent field goals. That's the problem, is that it's if they kicked consistent field goals. The reason the analytics say to run the ball there is because the probability of missing is so high in certain situations and in certain yardages that you're better off by going for it. It sounds easy. Just take the points. Just take the points. Just kick the 45-yarder. The problem is you're probably going to miss the 45-yarder. You're not taking the points. You're missing the points. You're missing an opportunity at points. That's why as it gets closer and all of a sudden it's 4th and 4 inside the 20, they're saying, hey, yeah, now you should kick it. Like now is probably a good time to kick it. 4th and 4 at the 40, absolutely not. And yet Zach Taylor continues to think that that's a good decision, even though all the data in the world says so, right? Like, and I think that's where people mess up, is because where people don't understand it is because they're like, oh, just take the points. Just take the points. Sure. No problem. Kickers aren't that good. It's just the rate of hitting field goals is not that good. We notice the ones at the end of the game that are 50 plus yarders that win the game or lose the game. And oh, by the way, like those aren't like those are a small percentage of the kicks that happen. Like that one kick at the end of the game, unless it's Cincinnati and Green Bay where they have 7 kicks that are like that or something like that. Like I think it was 5 kicks at the end of the game. 6 kicks because it was 3 that Crosby missed, 2 that McPherson missed, and then 1 that Crosby hit in overtime. So like other than that, there aren't that many game-winning kicks. So you have to consider all the other information. So once you realize how often kickers miss and how it's not consistent that you can take the points, then it's not that hard of a decision whenever you look at it through the right lens. When it comes to kickers, I just feel like years ago they rarely missed, but that could just be biased because I didn't notice as much. You know what? I mean, here's one of the things. I won't do it on stream tonight, but we can pull a bunch of the field goals. Let's see. Interested to see if we can pull this up. I'm not going to do it tonight. Pretty sure kicker field goal rate is up. So my question is if you're breaking it down by like at least 10-yard, if not down to the 5-yard, areas, like what are your percentages that have been made and what do they look like over the last, 20 years or something like that? Kicking and punting. Let's see. All right, let's see. So yeah, I'm not going to be able to do this now. Because I would I could break this down very, very quickly, but I couldn't do it while on stream. I can't talk and think and type and do Excel workbooks, but I can pull it pretty quickly. That will be really interesting. Man of Grass, I don't know what it looks like you got. Oh, it was a link. Hey, whisper it to me, DM it to me on Twitch, and then I can take a look at it. I have links turned off just because I don't want bots coming in and throwing links in the chat and stuff like that. All right, so let's go. Where were we? All right, we were going to talk about Denver Pitt. It's starting to get a little bit late, so we got to bowl through some of these games. Let me add stream marker. All right, Denver Pitt. So this is a game that this is one of the games that I want to go back and watch. I didn't watch a ton of this game simply because this is one I want to watch in more depth. So when we're talking about this particular game, our call of this going in was, does Teddy have the ability to succeed without Jerry Jeudy, without KJ Hamler? Like, is he good enough to be able to manage this game? And without those receivers, can he be successful without that? And then if not, is the defense good enough to stop this? Is the defense good enough to stop this this Pittsburgh offense, which hasn't been very good, right? So the combination of a slow old Big Ben plus a bad offensive line, it ends up being a very big problem. And what it looked like is that this particular game was a bad game by the Denver defense. The Denver defense did not play sound at all. They came in looking at, like, I thought that the Ravens game was going to be an anomaly for the Denver defense. Now I've seen 2 weeks in a row where they don't look particularly sound and don't look particularly aggressive. And now I'm wondering if all of my thoughts about this defense, because, one is an occurrence, 2 is a coincidence, 3 is a trend, and we're at 2. So is it a coincidence? And are we looking at a defense that isn't as good as what I thought it should be, or thought that it was going to be this year? Their defensive DVOA is still 10th. That feels high to me, but this was not a particularly good game for them. And maybe that's just recency bias playing into my brain, because watching this game, I was surprised by how poorly they played, especially early on. And then Denver had a chance to come back late in the game and that's not necessarily who Teddy is, especially if Teddy doesn't have weapons. And if I remember correctly, I'm needing to check the stats. Like they didn't. Yeah, so they started to get a bit of a run game going, but it became a game script issue where they couldn't run enough, and Teddy had to start throwing more because they were behind. So Javonte Williams 8 for 60. He looks dynamic, by the way. That kid. It can cut. 8 for 61, 3 catches, 25 yards. Melvin Gordon 9 for 34. 2 catches for 9 yards. Like Javonte's probably going to end up being the focus of that backfield going forward. But I do get why they would want to like wean him into it. Bridgewater was 24-38, 288, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. So not a terrible game stat-wise for Teddy, but I didn't think he played particularly well early on in this game and then had to kind of figure it out. Big Ben. So this is the type of game that they are hoping for from Big Ben, right? So 15-25, 253, 2 touchdowns, 1 sack, no turnover. Well, sorry, no picks, 1 fumble for a turnover. Like they will be happy with this game because if they can get 23 carries for 122 and a touchdown out of Najee Harris, they're going to be exactly where they want to be. He also had 2 catches for 20 yards. Benny Snell got a few snaps, rushed for 4-yard carry in his 5. And then the big thing out of this one was Chase Claypool, 5 catches, 130, and 1 touchdown. And Claypool ended up on a backer somehow for his big touchdown. He had a 59-yard catch. He ended up on a backer somehow and ends up just wide open. And Ben is able to get it to him. We've talked about like Claypool is their best receiver. And when they figure that out, and Deontay Johnson too, by the way. Deontay Johnson had a 71-yarder. No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the Saints touchdown from Jameis. Deontay's was a 50-yarder. That's what it was. And when they get Deontay the football and when they get Chase Claypool the football, good things happen. Juju has not been particularly good. And that was the thing. There was a lot of people coming into this season saying that Juju was their best receiver. And I remember the only reason I know this is because I had Juju in fantasy last year and I watched him particularly close. And I thought Juju's not the Juju we remember. And he's not the type of guy that you want running every single route and being your focus for your quarterback any longer. So they've got to figure out how to get Claypool and Johnson the football more, which they did in this particular game. And that was where I messed up, right? Is they figured out ways to be able to keep Ben upright enough to allow those receivers some deeper routes to get open. And Big Ben isn't particularly great at pushing the ball down the field right now. Like his arm's just not terrific. So him trying to push the ball down the field isn't particularly great, but when he can do that to Claypool and Johnson, they often win. And that's a good proposition for the offense. So good on the running game, got some big plays out of Ben's arm, mainly due to the wide receivers. And the offensive line wasn't atrocious. It wasn't a catastrophe, basically. Big Ben was sacked twice, 20 yards. Of course, there was one that was a spin out that was really kind of Ben's fault. Let's see. They only had 5 QB hits on the day. Yeah, it wasn't a particularly like good day for the. Oh wait, let's see. 2 QB hits. Yeah, 2 QB hits on Ben all day. And both of them were sacks. Outside of that, and one of them was a sack fumble. So one of them, when you get that type of day out of Ben, and you can get the running game going, that's the way that they are able to win. And I didn't think that they would be able to pull something like that off against Denver. Makes me question Denver's defense a little bit and how sound it really is because they haven't played soundly again in the last 2 weeks. Thought they did the few weeks before that. But again, those first few weeks, they weren't playing good teams. They played 2 New York Jets and the Jags, I think. So, or 2 New York Jets, 2 New York teams and the Jags. So they play Giants, Jets, and Jags. That was a second preseason schedule. And then they get the Ravens. They don't play soundly. They get the Steelers, not a particularly good team, and they don't play soundly. So I have concerns about Denver after the last 2 weeks. Now, it doesn't mean they can't figure it out, can't get some things going. But this was not a good showing for them. I don't think anything about this game gives me hope that this is a good team going forward. I'm not sure who they play this week, but really, let me see. I'm kind of curious as to who Denver plays this week because I want to see another decent game to get a good idea of who they are. Okay, so they're playing Vegas. Vegas coming off of a loss where they look distracted. Obviously, we know the reasons why. So that'll be an interesting matchup. And I don't think off the top of my head after what I saw this week, and again, it may be recency bias. And this is why I loved having a model in the past, right? Is being able to build my own model tells me, hey, this team has been good. That game was way off. We're probably still okay, even just factoring that game in. So don't overreact to that last game. And I may be overreacting to the last two, but it just does not feel like it does not feel like here. We'll check and see what the odds are for this game. Where are we at? Vegas Broncos are favored by 3.5. Oh well, I mean, I guess whenever you have a team without their head coach, who was also the play caller, which by the way, Greg Olson is the OC for. He's the offensive coordinator for the Raiders. Rich Bisaccia is the special teams coach, is now taking over as the head coach, which Bisaccia was the special teams coach in Tampa Bay whenever I was there, whenever Raheem Morris was there. I love Rich Bisaccia. Bisaccia is my dude. That is a guy that takes no shit from nobody, and you better be on your A game at all times. And he appreciates people that do well, play well, and follow like very strict orders. It's very close to like a military style under him. Like it's precision on everything. And it's all about making good decisions. Now, he's a bit of an old style football coach, but so curious to see how his decision making process is. But that's one thing to include in. And then Greg Olson, who has been the offensive coordinator, though the real offensive coordinator and play caller has been John Gruden. Olson was a offensive coordinator in Jacksonville. I think it was OC under Sean McVay in Los Angeles for a while. So that's probably like that change is probably what's fueling that particular line. That would be a hard game to bet based on all the factors that are into it. Gabe, I like the special teams coach taking interim head coach over OCDC. It's not typical. They're trying that in New York with the Giants right now with Joe Judge and having a special teams coach come in. Unfortunately for all the other special teams coaches, hasn't turned out particularly well. So the good thing is that with the special teams coach as the head coach, the quarterback is actually continuing to progress in New York. So Daniel Jones has looked good until he got concussed this week, and has looked like he's progressed pretty well. So yeah, I think that's an interesting proposition. I'm curious as to how that particular game turns out. So that's all I will say about Denver. I have a lot of question marks about Denver. Pittsburgh, nothing this week really came out that surprised me. I think that with Pittsburgh, it goes as their running game goes, and they're really going to have to figure that out. So we'll see how that progresses. All right. What else? All right, New Orleans, Washington. All right, we talked about this a little bit. So if you're looking for a fun quarterback matchup, hang on before we get there. New York Giants don't care about the health of the players when they're taking multiple kickoffs down. Yeah, we'll get to that, Gabe. We will get to that. There's some negligence going on by the Giants coaching staff right now. What do we say? Saints, Washington. Okay. Let me get here. All right, so New Orleans Saints, Washington football team. I always have to hesitate on that. I still just cannot get the Washington football team thing down. New Orleans was favored by 2.5. We picked them to cover on this, so we end up getting it right. As expected, a little bit of a wonky game because you have two quarterbacks who come into this game, and the likelihood for chaos on any particular drop back is just exponential with these two guys. When you have Jameis and Heineke as your quarterbacks, you could be looking at a 60-yard throw downfield that is an absolute dime, or you could be looking at a 2-yard throw that ends up in the lap of a defensive tackle somehow. Like, Lord knows what you're going to get on any particular play with either of these guys. So it ends up being a really fun, or what should be a really fun matchup between these two quarterbacks. And I mean, that's kind of what you got. We talked a little bit about how I thought that this would be a big day for big plays for Jameis. Not just because of the matchup of playing a really bad Washington. We got to talk about that. A really bad Washington defense. At this point, this to me is probably bottom 3, maybe even worse defense in the NFL right now. Washington is not good. I don't care that the defensive line is playing okay. They're not good enough to just cancel out the back seven. They're not even close to it. And sometimes you can help with a good front four, but right now Washington's not there. That's not even close to what it is. So, all right, so let's talk about the quarterbacks. So Jameis, it's so funny because these lines they're very close except for a couple of things. So Jameis, 15 of 30, 279, 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, sacked twice for 8 yards, did rush 6 times for 26 yards, fumble that was lost on a sack fumble that was particularly ugly. Taylor Heineke, 20 of 41. So both of these guys right around the 50%. Heineke doesn't quite get to 50% completion rate. 248. Jameis had his 279. The big difference is that Taylor Heineke, 0 touchdowns, 2 picks, also sacked 2 times for 6 yards, 5 rushes, 40 yards, doesn't have any fumbles. So both of them turned the ball over twice. The big difference is big plays from Jameis. And the reason for that is the secondary. So the one thing that came out of this game for me, Marshawn Lattimore had a terrific day. He took on the task of covering Terry McLaurin and played extremely well. McLaurin had a tough go of it pretty much all day. He did get 4 for 46. He was targeted 11 times and only had 4 catches. Lattimore was in on every play, it seemed like, whenever it came to McLaurin, and he played extremely well. That was really interesting. So I saw D-line was like second best rush rates or something like that, but the back end so bad. That sounds like something PFF would say. I don't feel like it's been that good up front. But I mean, I would trust them over my, watching 4 or 5 games of them and not, charting them myself. Yeah, from a PFF guy, it sounds about right. And that's the thing is, like, I trust PFF for the most part. A lot of times I like to use their grades and their stat. So first of all, their stats are amazing. The stats are terrific. The grades, while they've tried to remove subjectivity from them, there's always they've tried to make them as objective as they possibly can, but there's always going to be some subjectivity, because the other thing is not even all teams agree on grades, right? Like, you can watch an offensive lineman do 2 different things, and one guy will say, hey, he did what he was supposed to, and another guy will go, yeah, but it's not good enough. Like that, we want a higher level of play. So one will grade him as a and depending on the team and the grading structure, one will go, this is a +1. One will go, this is a -1. It was okay, but it wasn't good enough. It was actually hurtful. and then one may go that's a 0, right? And so like those type of things, even between teams, is hard. So whenever you have a bunch of guys that are doing it what's effectively from their couch while watching the broadcast footage, um, and trying to grade everybody all at once and doing it as the game's going on, that makes and after that they review all of the grades and then go back and they change some of them based on what the tape says or whatever, and they're trained to do it. But those grades are hard, and not everybody's going to agree with them. So I love their stats; those are pretty much set in stone. But from there, like the grades are what you make of them. They're a solid data point to consider, and a lot of times I'll look at them and go, "Wow, that's way off from what I think." But it's not our reaction to that shouldn't be, wow, you're shit, you don't know what you're talking about. Our reaction to that should be, what is there something I'm missing? Like, can I go back and review this to figure out, is this something that is there something that I'm missing? Can I get better at this? Whatever it might be, right? So that's how I would look at it. Rather than just saying PFF is horrible. Like I see a lot of people on Twitter. I respect what PFF does. They're fantastic at a lot of things. But we just have to understand grades are subjective. It is what it is. Metagrass, if the Bears plan for Fields, do you think they are a better team or just beat up a declining Raiders team? So we'll get to that game. I got a couple games before there, but we can cover that in just a second. Let me get through New Orleans, Washington, Managrass, and then we'll do Chicago, Vegas. Let me move this in my notes so that I know which way I'm doing. I've got to be better about this. I'm going to take more time during the streams to be better about this and moving stuff, and you guys are going to have to wait because me putting stuff in order is going to help me later. It's going to save me hours whenever I'm trying to get these videos uploaded to YouTube. So apologies for that. Raiders should trade for Urban Meyer to change. Oh my God, Grizz. Grizz, I'm glad you're here, brother. Those are the kinds of comments I'm looking for you every week. That's what makes this fun. Hey, listen, did you guys realize that Urban Meyer, one of the things, no chop houses in the West Coast, that was his own Managrass, that was his own bar. It was the urban cantina or something like that, or urban lounge or something like that. But he owned that bar in Columbus. That was his bar. Which is probably why he thought he could get away with it. But anyways, so I don't know if you guys know this, but Urban Meyer, like whenever he was on TV, I just found this out the other day. Apparently he had he had his like rules or something of whatever he did, but every week he had here's why they're winning or losing. And it was always like based around three things, which was, player, like it was like trust, coaching competency and player competency. And like, he was basically like 0 for 3 on all of those things. Yeah. I forget. Yeah. There you go. One of them, I want to say one of them was trust, Chris. Respect, trust. What was the other one? Okay. Sorry. Delay. I gotta look this up. Urban Meyer 3 things. It comes up in Google. Oh, here we go. Criteria for struggling team segment from last year. Trust issues, dysfunctional environment, and selfishness. Oh, trust issues, dysfunctional environment, and selfishness. Does that sound familiar or what? Because right now you have Urban Meyer, who has, sorry. Right now you have the Jags, who most certainly have trust issues, most certainly have a dysfunctional environment, and you have a head coach that doesn't even fly back with the team. Why? So that he can get out of there and go clear his head and go back to his hometown of Columbus to his own bar to get grinded on by a co-ed while his wife sits at home. While his wife sits at home with the kids that night and is literally tweeting about it. Literally tweeting about how she's at home with the kids while he's out blowing off steam. Unbelievable. Trust issues, dysfunctional environment, and selfishness. That's gold right there. Absolute gold. I could not. Chris. I'm so glad you brought that up, man. Ooh. Urban might be a swing. You never know. Maybe that's what it is. But usually swingers like get permission whenever they do stuff like that, right? Not that I know anything about that culture. And if that's what you want to do, more power to you, right? Like you do you and enjoy yourself as long as you're being safe while doing it. But I feel like it's not swinging culture is not, from what I know about swinging culture, it's not like, hey, let's go out and I just get to go out and do whatever I want whenever I want. That's like a two-way street of you and your partner are on the same page. So that still doesn't feel like that's in there. All right. Anyways, woo. All right, that was good. Back to football. So where do we want to go from here? Oh, New Orleans, Washington. We're still talking about New Orleans, Washington. All right, so Marcus Lattimore, fantastic game. That girl was hired, but by the Titans, it was all planned. Oh, if that were the case, that would have been hilarious. I was reading an article where it said like that girl's mom was like, this is ruining her life, and we just want the media to go away. And she works, I forget what she works at some company in Columbus. It's not far. It's like just a mile down the road from where that bar is. And now everybody knows that it's her, and she's getting in trouble. And yeah, it's like some office environment. It's like some office environment, and she was single, but obviously she's getting a good amount of heat from it. And there was a potential that she could end up getting fired or something from it. And I'm like, it seems stupid for a company to fire, unless she's like in a high up position or something for that particular, because it wasn't like it was a national company and she just completely, made them look bad. Definitely a girl from Ohio. I can tell by the lack of rhythm. Oh. All right. Let's see. Marshawn Lattimore had a terrific day. Jameis Heineke, very fun to watch. Callaway was 485 for a TD, thanks to the end of the half. We'll talk about this a little bit more. Callaway was 4 for 85 with a touchdown, thanks to the end of the half Hail Mary that he went up and got in the middle of a whole bunch of Washington football players. Deontay Harris is a dangerous man. He had one catch for 72 yards and a touchdown. Like, they should probably figure out how to include him more in the offense, because every time he touches the ball, it seems like it's a big play or a touchdown. But that also this week could have been just a product of how bad the Washington defense is, especially the secondary. Like, that defense is bad. I'm curious if they're last in DVOA. Probably not. I bet they're like, what, 30th? Washington DVOA. 28th. That was close. Who's 27 or who's 29 and 30? Detroit should be 32. Tennessee's 27. They've been pretty bad. Atlanta's been really bad. 30th. I'm surprised Atlanta's not higher up after the last game. They didn't play horribly, but also what's his face did very, very well against them. And then Jacksonville's 31. So, all right, there's 3 or 4 teams that's worse than they are. Anyways, the defense is really bad. Like, so my question for this is, how are they not on the same page? Again, we've talked about this every week. There needs to be a cohesive game plan between the entire team through all phases: offense, defense, special teams. They need to know what the other one wants to do. They need to know what their matchup advantages are, what their matchup disadvantages are, what they need to protect against. And this is offense needs all of this, defense needs all of this, special teams needs all of this. They need to know all of this, and then they need to communicate it across all three of them to come up with some sort of game plan that is a positive for all of them together. Right now, it seems like Washington's defense is over here playing, the offense is over here playing, and nobody's talking because everybody's kind of they've all got their own problems, and they're worried about. It feels like they're worried about keeping their jobs right now. And instead of worrying about keeping their jobs, why don't they help the team win? And if you help the team win, you're going to keep your job. Like, that's the best path forward to me. So for me, it's like how they haven't moved to a running offense that builds in big plays off of play action is crazy to me. I feel like that's the spot where they need to really, that's where they could be much, much better off, is if they use that offense to protect the defense. And the reason that I say that is because they have Antonio Gibson, who they did give the ball to 20 times this game. So it's not like they didn't try. The problem is they only got 60 yards. I don't think they used him particularly well, and they need to utilize him in the passing game a little bit more to kind of spread it out. And I don't think they use their personnel very well to get him going. They got to spread some guys out and not allow the defense to put so many in the box. Plus, you're going against a New Orleans defense that traditionally has played very good against the run because they're very good along the front line. So I would say give Antonio Gibson another shot to get going. And they don't really have, the problem is they don't really have much after that. They've got JD McKissick, but that's their third down back, who's really only in there for pass blocking and for catching passes. Antonio Gibson, every time they throw to him, it seems like there's an opportunity there. Even the little 9-yard catch was something where he potentially could have gotten a much bigger gain had he been able to break one more tackle. And I think that's something that they got to focus on. DeAndre Carter had a decent game, 4 for 62. Adam Humphrey showed up in this game finally, 3 for 73. Had a couple of larger, like all of his catches were for chunks, big chunks, in this game. And the one thing that I'll say is, in this particular game, Washington's defense is so bad, and I want to blame it on the coaching staff. Like it's my natural inclination to say, if all of these guys are this bad, and there's a ton of broken coverages, because and ultimately that comes down to the players. But then there's secondary to that is the coaches need to figure out, why are they busting coverages? Are you calling too complicated of a scheme? Are you trying to rotate coverages too late? Or are they just not doing what they're supposed to be doing? And if that's the case, get their ass out of there and get the next guy in. Because if it's on one guy, you got to break that weak link and you got to pull that chain back together to make that team strong again. Because if it's one guy blowing coverages, and I'm interested to look at this week because I feel like this is going to be that week to do that. This is going to tell you who is missing what they need to be doing in that particular scheme. And this is one of the all 22s that I'm going to get to tomorrow. Who's missing in that secondary? What is going on and what's breaking? And if you can figure that out, you can kind of shore it up. The problem is you have a guy like Landon Collins who comes out and says, our coaches didn't teach us to jump on Hail Marys. I'm like, what? I'm sorry. Did you say your coaches didn't teach you to jump on a Hail Mary? Well, and that, like, it must be the coach's fault, because the coaches didn't tell you to jump on a Hail Mary. That's something you should have known from grade school, from Pop Warner. But they didn't tell you to jump, so you didn't jump. Like, you didn't actually react into the game. Like, he was saying that they were supposed to be guarding the edges, and they weren't prepared for it. And he didn't jump because the coaches didn't coach them to jump. Like, bro, what are you talking about? What? Huh? Do you not understand? See the ball, get the ball. Like, they don't necessarily coach you to jump on all passes. They don't necessarily need. They're going to teach you how to get in place, how to read how to read the offense, how to read hips, how to read feet, how to understand what they're doing, how to make sure you don't get burned on certain combination routes. They're going to teach you what this particular defense is made to do. But holy crap. If somebody needs to tell you to jump on a Hail Mary pass, maybe the problem isn't the coach. Grizz. Micromanagement could breed that kind of mindset too. Fair. Very fair. Very fair. I understand that. As someone who was micromanaged by a boss before, you're afraid to blink without being told you're allowed to do so. So that's a very fair point. However, I will say that doesn't seem to be the history of a Ron Rivera defense. Like when these defenses have played before, they've been free to fly about the field. So based on the evidence at hand, I'm going to lean that Landon Collins is either trying to throw his coaches under the bus or is just unhappy in Washington and is trying to figure out something crazy. Del Rio does more DC than Rivera, I think. Fair point. Yeah. So he is supposedly more involved in the defense, and Del Rio is not the same coach as Rivera. If Rivera, who has said that he basically doesn't have time to be able to manage all of the things and call the defense, which is smart, by the way, especially for a guy that has battled some off-field problems and health issues like he has. Like, I think that's incredibly smart of him to rely on his coordinators to do what they were hired to do and to manage the game. And I think he's been much better in terms of game management when he's able to do that. But I just, none of the evidence says that. It seems so asinine to me that Landon Collins needs to be told to jump on a Hail Mary, and that he would come out and say that in the context of what he said. Like, it's not like I'm twisting what he's saying. Like, he came out and there was a point to it. Like, he was trying to make a point. Now, he never specifically said what that point was, but you could tell he wasn't particularly happy. And I don't get it. Something weird is going on behind the scenes. And if I go back and I look at the all 22 and Landon Collins is the weak link, and then he comes out and says something like that, his ass will be traded before the deadline if I'm the GM. Because if you ain't getting it done and that's how you're talking, don't care. Put you on the block. Don't need it, don't want it. It's funny because there's a lot of people on Twitter that talk about, oh, the culture and all this. It's like, just get good players. Good players don't just manage themselves, right? Like good players are athletic players. When you have a good culture, it elevates everybody on the team. When you have a guy that comes in at 6:00 and is holding everybody else accountable in that locker room, those players are better coaches than the coaches are because they hold each other accountable. And those are the best teams. If you ever had a good team at work, everybody holds each other accountable, and you want to do your job because you don't want to let your teammates down. Now, if you have somebody that's slacking off and not doing their job, and they're not getting reprimanded for it, then that can lower the morale of a team. And what's the art of war? Like, Sun Tzu goes out, or what's the story in the Art of War where they're doing military drills, and somebody so the sergeants or leaders or whatever are having their people do drills, and one of their people messes up, so they go out and they chop off the head of the leader and they promote somebody else. And from there, it's not that people themselves are afraid of dying; they're afraid of the other people dying. And they know that they're the reason for that person, getting in trouble, right? And that's how good teams function, is they don't want to let their teammates down. It's more about everybody else than it is themselves. And it's not like this like grand notion of selflessness like people want to make it out to be. It's just, you're going to get your ass kicked by your own teammates if you're not holding up your end of the bargain because they are. So you better be to the level or better than them. And then you're able to hold them accountable to their piece of the bargain too. So that's definitely not happening on that Washington defense and in that secondary right now. I think Jamin Davis was pulled in this game, if I remember correctly, or benched. He was not playing well. Again, I think he's an athletic dude. He's just not seeing it. And I don't know if that's because of poor coaching or what, but he's just not seeing it. Collins' contract not movable till after this season. Yeah, I would have to look at that, but there's always ways to get it done, actually. Let's see. Actually, I like over the cap a little bit more than I do Spotrac. I think Spotrac has a better visual, easier for the eyes, but I like the functionality of over the cap a little bit better. Oh, no. All right, so let's see. 21? Nah, if he's traded, it's 4-2 and dead, and then they get 12 million in cap back. So he absolutely could be traded. Because this 12.5 base salary. So he's got a prorated bonus of 4.2 that hits the cap this year. He's got a base salary of 12.5. That base salary is guaranteed. So the difference between bonus money and guaranteed means you're going to get the money whenever it's due to you. Bonus money means you probably already got it because it's probably a signing bonus or roster bonus, and based on that, he got his signing bonus. It looks like 21 million. Contract value 84 million, 14 per year, fully guaranteed 31 million. It doesn't say what the actual signing bonus was. 26 million guaranteed at signing. Yeah, it doesn't actually say what the signing bonus was, but it looks like it's 21 million. So 12 and a half in salary this year. That is guaranteed. So that means he's getting, what is that, 800K a paycheck? 800K a game. If they trade him, that 8.5K goes to whatever team they're trading him to. That 12.5 million. So you're looking for, I don't have a calculator in front of me, but 12.5 divided by 17, and then that's what he's getting per game. So however many games left, that's how much the other team is going to owe him and what they're going to need to be able to take on. So for Washington to trade him, 4-2 is not, like 4-2 and dead, not bad. But the cap savings of 12.7 is awesome. That's huge for them. They clear 13 million if they trade him. Issue with that is that means that somebody else is taking on that money. So yeah, he's totally tradable if somebody else will take him. It's just if they want to accept that contract. And if he's not playing that well, then no. And I don't know. Thing is I don't know any teams that are like, oh, I really need a strong safety like Landon Collins or a weak backer because he can play strong safety or linebacker, like the weak side linebacker. So I don't know. I can't think of any teams off the top of my head. I thought Washington defense got better after Collins went down last year. I don't remember, but maybe Gabe. They weren't really a team I watched real close. Obviously I watched them before the Bucks game, but I don't particularly remember Collins playing well or not for those games. I'm disappointed to find out all those days coming in at 4 a.m. Chucky was pinning spicy emails one kid. Yeah, right. Dallas looking for another linebacker. Dallas has a million linebackers. That's the problem. I would say Landon Collins fits that bill. Somebody like the Falcons could use him, I guess, if I'm thinking about it. Somebody like the Falcons. Hell, go send him to Carolina. Carolina's trading for everybody. They've got a bunch of cornerbacks, but they could use another safety. So yeah. All right. Let's see. New Orleans, Washington. All right, I'm gonna get to Let's see. All right, I think Managrass asked for. Oh, he dipped. Okay, Managrass. Sorry, I missed out that he dipped. Let's see. What did I miss? I missed a bunch of your guys' comments. KC might put up 50. Yeah, 100%. Gabe, what if it's just not the players, just the players not executing? It's totally possible. But at the same time, like you have to understand that the player, as a coach, you have to understand that the players can't execute what you're calling. And if they're not executing and you continue to run them out there, that's on you. You have control over who plays. So if that's it, if you're not rotating in other players to see if they can get it done, then you're not really trying that much. You know that they're going to fail, and you're continuing to call plays that they're going to fail at and not trying something different. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result? Like that, you can't do that. Yeah. So let's see. All right. We'll do Chicago, Las Vegas. Sorry, Managrass got out of here before we got here. So for Bears Raiders, what I'll say about this game is one, Justin Fields looked like a competent quarterback again. The play calling has evolved. Lazor is doing a much better job. Again, it doesn't feel like he's calling a completely different game than what Nagy has called, because he's calling the same plays. It's just he seems to have a better feel for when to call certain things, and he's making better decisions on what plays to call in terms of down and distance. And he's not putting Fields in such a tight position all the time. And he also has a better feel for what the defense is going to try to do against different things. So Fields feels more prepared. Again, great thrower of the football. And again, accuracy continues to stand out, right? Like that to me is the one big thing for Justin Fields is if he is this accurate, it will give him time to be able to learn the other things that he needs to do. Now, again, they didn't ask him to do a ton in this game. Like Lazor knows what they're intending to do, right? 12 of 20, 111 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 sacks, loss of 10 on those 3 attempts, 4 yards. So he did have 1 fumble. So Fields not being asked to do a ton. The weird thing is they're not using his legs a ton, or he's not using his legs. They're not asking him to run the ball very much. They're not putting him in a position to run the ball. It seems like they want to call plays so that he is able to, function from the pocket and learn that. It seems like they don't want him running around. Because that was one of the big things that I noticed in the preseason is that when he ran, he got first downs. But it seems like they're really trying to teach him that he needs to stay in the pocket and do this. Damian Williams had a solid game, 16-64. They got the run game going. They also had Herbert come in, Khalil Herbert. He was 18 for 75. So there was a clear, like, hey, we need to run the ball against the Las Vegas defense because they do have a pretty good pass rush and we don't necessarily have the offensive line, which, by the way, feels like the most intelligent game plan that I've seen from the Chicago Bears all season, right? Like this doesn't feel like something that they've been particularly good at. And it's not like they were like leading heavily and that the game script dictated that they run it, 40 times? 34 times. Yeah. Plus 3 by Fields. So it's not like game script dictated that they needed to run it this much. They were up, they were down 3-0 after the first quarter, scored twice in the second. They did score early on, but then the last one came right before the half. So they went into the half up 14-3. And it's not like they just said, hey, we're just going to run it the rest of the game. It was still a run. The game plan was run based, but they were finding effectiveness in it and continued to do that. They weren't just hammering against the wall and not getting anything out of it and then continuing to do it. And I think that's one of the more intelligent game plans that I've seen from Chicago all season. And it's really promising for what I think they could potentially do, because I do think that they have some decent skill position players. I think Mooney could be a lot of fun. Allen Robinson is a good player. And Damian Williams and David Montgomery are good runners. Herbert was fairly good as well, looked pretty good in stretches in this game, I thought. So the problem is the offensive line still isn't very good. They've got to figure that out. They don't. Not only are they not great players, but they don't communicate well. It seems like there's too many lapses in their communication whenever defenses throw random stuff at them, which is one of the reasons why I think Lazor ran the ball so much this game. Because when you run the ball, you don't put your offensive linemen in a position where they have to defend defenders that are crossing in front of their face and having to decide who they need to block on different plays with multiple guys coming at them from different directions, right? The idea is that in a running game, you're going forward and you block the guy in front of you, and you know what way you're supposed to block him, inside, outside, however that is, based on where the run is going. And it makes it a lot less complicated for an offensive line whenever you're running so much and you don't have to pass block as much. So I think that was a smart strategy by Lazor and company, and maybe Matt Nagy too. He says the offense runs through him, so he still wants credit for a good offense, even though somebody else is calling it and designing it. So let's give him credit for something that he did nothing for. He does deserve credit for passing off play calling. Like, as a good leader, you have to know when you got to give up something, and he did do that. So overall, I thought, again, I go back to the Raiders looked distracted. It wasn't clicking. They weren't as precise. It wasn't as clean as they normally are. The situational football wasn't as good. They didn't come up with, so I keep talking about this, right? The Raiders every week tend to come up with the one big play when they need it. And I watched this game waiting, all right, when's Gruden going to pull one out of the bag? When's he going to pull one out of the bag? And it just never came. And even when they did have big opportunities, they couldn't connect on them. Their longest play was 29 yards. Like, they did actually have a couple of I think Waller had one, had a catch for almost 30, and then Ruggs had one similar in that particular area. Outside of that, like, they weren't as able to push the ball down the field against a good Bears defense. By the way, we talked about this. The Bears defense is good. It's not just like Khalil Mack is a really strong player. They've got some guys on defense that are good players. Tayshaun Gibson's played pretty well. Roquan Smith has played pretty well. Robert Quinn has played pretty well. They just got Danny Trevathan back. Jalen Johnson is probably the best cornerback that they've got. They got 3 sacks in this game. Travis Gibson, Tayshaun Gibson, Khalil Mack all had sacks in this game. Like, they did a good job of doing what they needed to do against a pretty potent Vegas offense. But again, it felt like the offense was off all day. We'll give credit to the Bears defense for this particular game. Just because I hate saying, like, hey, they were distracted and that's ultimately what impacted them. But I do think that had something to do with it, because it didn't just happen on the offensive side of the ball for the Raiders. The defense didn't look as sharp as it normally does either. They didn't pressure the quarterback as much. The coverage wasn't as sound. I think probably the biggest takeaway for the Raiders out of this game for me was Yannick Ngakoue looked phenomenal. I thought he did a hell of a job. He was winning his matchups all day long. I think he came away with a couple of sacks, couple tackles for losses, couple QB hits on top of that. Like, he had a phenomenal game. And if he plays like that, and they also have a healthy Max Crosby, This could be fun, and I don't think Hankins is a bad player either. I like Hankins inside at defensive tackle, so especially against the run. So again, I don't think the Raiders are a bad team. I think this is a weird game where it felt like they were distracted, and I'm going to take it as that and not overreact to a poor performance across the board. Now, problem is now they're changing coaches, and Rich Bisaccia is taking over, special teams coach coming in as taking over as head coach. Greg Olson is the OC now, which to me is a pretty significant step down from John Gruden. Here's the thing: he could have learned a lot from his. So he was. I will say Olson was not particularly good in Jacksonville, and you can't give him. I don't think you can give him credit for. It was the Rams, right? Yeah. So let's see. Let's look at his history. All right. So when I was with him at the Bucks in 2011, he was offensive coordinator. So he was quarterbacks coach and then was offensive coordinator. Alex Van Pelt ended up being our quarterbacks coach. Then he goes to the Raiders from 2013, 2014, where he's the offensive coordinator. Then to the Jags, where he was OC. The Rams, where he was the quarterbacks coach. That's what it was. He wasn't actually the OC. And now he's back to OC for Gruden and the Raiders. And really, Gruden's the OC has been the OC of that particular team. So we'll see. I'm interested to see how this plays out. He's been around a long time. Hopefully he's learned a lot from a bunch of different stops. Like I hope he's taken a good amount out of that Sean McVay scheme, as well as what Gruden was laying down, because I think that offense was good. But we'll see. That's going to be a tough. They're going to be hard to predict over the next few games. Greg Olson. Yep. Grizz, that's the one. Olson with an O at the end. S-O-N. I haven't been particularly fond of his play calling for a long time. Wasn't particularly fond of it in Tampa Bay. Wasn't particularly fond of it in Jacksonville. And then he obviously wasn't, he's a quarterback's coach, but how much can you coach Jared Goff? For real, if we're being honest. So all right, so that's Chicago, Las Vegas. All right, we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games to get through. And it's already 10:13. All right, let's breeze through this. We got off track a couple times tonight. Detroit, Minnesota. So Detroit, not a really particularly good team. We've talked about how bad that defense is. I gotta remember to stay like in the light up here. That defense is bad. They can't rush. They're slow. Can't cover. And yet somehow Minnesota still could not figure out how to score points on them. I was really surprised by the lack of offense in this game. Now, here's the thing. We called this one pretty close, right? Whenever we talked about it in the pregame. So Minnesota, we knew that that the best way for the Lions to potentially win this game is for them to be able to run the ball. And they did a good job in getting both Jamal Williams and DeAndre Swift the football, and they both were fairly effective. So Jamal Williams, 13 for 57, couple catches for 8 yards. DeAndre Swift, 11 for 51 with a rushing touchdown. And then the big play, the big part of the game for the Lions was DeAndre Swift out of the backfield, 6 for 53. Doesn't sound crazy, but it was enough to continue to get first downs and keep the ball moving and then keep them on offense. They really wanted to try to control this game. The problem is that as it got later, game script kind of pulled them out of it, and they ended up having to go more to the pass and more to Jared Goff. Like you would have seen if they were winning even by a point, you would have seen Jamal Williams and DeAndre Swift both have 18 to 20 carries. They both would have had that. The problem is the game script and game flow ended up dictating that Goff needs to start throwing the ball. Goff ends up 21 of 35, 203, no touchdowns, 1 pick, 4 sacks. That's the backbreaker. I'm not even concerned about the pick. You know that's coming. The 4 sacks and 23 yards and a fumble that was lost. That's the painful part for the Lions. You can't have that if you're Jared Goff. St. Brown, Quintez Cephas both had. So St. Brown probably had one of his better games of the day. 7 for 65. Quintez Cephas 3 for 38. Gabe, thoughts on Campbell going for 2? 100% the right call. 1000% support it. Was excited that he did so. I think the way I view it is if you are a team that's not, if you're the underdog, basically, if you're the team that's not supposed to win and you have the opportunity to go for it on a 50-50 play, on one play, you take that shot every time. Like you'd rather have the game end on one play. Now, did that end up changing how Minnesota played the game? Maybe. Because if they end up tying, is Minnesota as aggressive as going for it? I don't think they are. Right? Like I feel like if you're Minnesota, and you're favored to win the game and you feel like you're probably in control of the game, because I would say that they felt like they were in control of it for most of the game, then yeah, I don't think I don't think they push as hard. I don't think that last drive is, hey, we need to go score or need to go get a field goal. I think they take a couple shots, and if it works, it works, but they're not like, there's the old quote, if you want to take the island, burn the boats. And it's based off of a story of there's a general going onto an island, and they need to take the island and the fort that's on it. And when they get there, they all get off the boats, and then the general tells his soldiers, burn the boats, because they're not going back on them. They're prepared for the game, for it to be over, right? Like if we don't win, we're not leaving the island. And that was what Minnesota looked like on that last drive. If we don't win, if we don't get this done, we're not leaving the island. And do they have that sense of urgency? If it's a tie game, no. But then again, and how do you feel about overtime? So fully support Dan Campbell going for it. Thrilled that they got it. But it's just the benefit of being the better team. The problem is you don't have, Dan Campbell doesn't have the Lions don't have the defense to be able to manage something like that, right? Like, when you leave 37 seconds on the clock, for somebody to try to get into field goal range, that's tough. But against the Lions defense, it ain't that tough. And I don't know how they play. I don't know if they can play that better than what they did, to be able to prevent that. It's just Minnesota's better team, and they have a great set of receivers. Probably one of the best trios of receivers in the NFL, and Kirk Cousins is good at hitting those intermediate throws that were key to getting them down the field on that final drive. Let's see. Yeah, 21 yards, 6 yards, 19 yards. And then they spike the ball. So and to me it's it was the inevitable for the Lions, simply because their defense just isn't good enough to hold off a team like the Vikings long enough. And I don't think the Vikings went particularly aggressive after them to try to get there. Kirk Cousins, 25, 34, 275, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, 2 sacks, 94.6 rating. Madison ended up being the big dog in this game, 25 for 113, did rip off 1 for 48. And then the big part, 7 for 40, for a touchdown and reception. So, Justin Jefferson is a legitimate, this kid is good, man. I love Adam Thielen, but Justin Jefferson appears to be the number one receiver on the Vikings right now. So, a little bit of concern about the Vikings defense potentially. I mean, I know they only gave up 17 points here. But that 2-man that they love to play is going to be tough for them to continue to play against really good teams because they love to play 2-man and 2 high safeties. Any team that can run against them, that is committed to running against them, will be able to do so. And if they face a running quarterback, that 2-man is going to be problematic for them. Because once those corners and secondary turn their back on the quarterback, there's going to be a lot going. It's kind of like KC. Like we saw that Josh Allen was going to be a problem for KC because they love to play man coverage. And Allen was always, if they were going to do that, Allen was always going to have a big day on the ground, and he did. So yeah, that's Detroit. Hesitate on my thought that Minnesota is a good team, is a good football team after this game. A little bit more hesitation than what I thought before. I was pretty sure they were before. Now I'm not so sure. I still think Detroit's one of the worst teams, but Detroit's going to accidentally win a game. I don't think this is an 0-16 team. I think they're going to this defense is going to get a couple of turnovers in a game that they can potentially win because they can run the ball. So that's Detroit, Minnesota. Mediocre at best for many. I mean, look, man, they can go 9 and I without looking at their schedule, this feels like a 9 or 10 win team. I think now with 17 games, you're going to need 11 to get into the playoffs. But again, schedule is going to be a big factor for them because if they have a softer schedule, they're going to be okay. And they're good enough to beat good teams. So for many, it's going to basically be beat the teams you're supposed to beat and then steal 1 or maybe 2 from a better team. So Minnesota, Carolina, this is a battle of what I think are 2 teams that both to me look good. B. Eaton, welcome in, brother. Detroit has too much heart to go 0-16. They'll squeak one out. Yeah, that's what I feel like too. Like they're continuing to fight. Man, watching Dan Campbell cry after the game, man, that breaks my heart. Like I'd love to see that type of passion for his team, and you know that's a guy that wants to win. So for me, like I hope Dan Campbell gets a win. For it to be that hard, they've lost 2 heartbreakers, man, and on a weekend where nobody can kick a field goal, Minnesota just happens to drill one down the middle. Like can't catch a break. Lions just cannot catch a break. And they've been in it and more than a few games. So, and it took the Ravens a bad referee call that should have ended the game and the longest field goal in NFL history that doinks off the crossbar and still goes over the top of it. Detroit, they're on the edge, man. They're not a good football team. Don't get me wrong, but they're also not 0-16 worthy. It takes a lot of bad luck to go 0-16. I'm looking at their schedule now. Carolina, they're in Carolina, so I'd probably take Carolina on that particular. This is for Minnesota, by the way. So this week they're in Carolina. Leaning Carolina, maybe. I may end up going with Minnesota. That's an interesting game. I feel like these two are very similar in terms of where they're at right now. Dallas is probably an L for Minnesota. Baltimore, interesting matchup. They're going to have to get out of their 2-man against Lamar. Chargers, that's an L. Green Bay, they got a shot against Green Bay. That feels like another matchup of like Green Bay, Cincinnati, where it's probably closer than what a lot of people think. I think that's going to potentially be a good game. San Francisco, we don't know what San Francisco is yet. Too many variables. They're going to get Detroit again. That's probably something we got to count as a W. So we're looking at give them Carolina. I'm not going to give them Baltimore. I'll split all the tough games. Not going to give them Green Bay. I'll give them San Francisco. I'll give them Detroit. I'll give them Pittsburgh. I'll give them Chicago. Then they get the Rams, Green Bay again, and then Chicago. So give me a split between Green Bay and Chicago, basically. So that's 6 games on top of the 2 that they've already won. That's 8. Feels like 8. 8 feels like it. Feels in the realm. 9 if they're lucky. 10 if they're really lucky. So maybe they're not a playoff team. They've got a fairly tough schedule. They got to play Green Bay a couple times. They do get Detroit again. And then they got to play Chicago twice, which feels like a toss-up at this point. Then they get Chicago later in the season, and it feels like Chicago's kind of starting to figure things out. And again, that Chicago defense is good. So we'll see about the Vikings. All right, on to Miami, Tampa Bay. So we're not going to spend a ton of time here. The reason is I didn't. This is one of those games where I didn't need to watch the game to know what was happening. We talked about this in the pregame. This is a bad matchup for Miami. They have on defense for the Bucs. Miami has a bad offensive line, which the Bucs have thrived on. The way to attack this Bucs defense is you got to be able to block them up front. Then you can attack the secondary. Problem is Miami isn't good enough to block them up front. The other problem is that while Jacoby Brissett has really good pocket presence, he holds on to the ball way too long. And that's going to allow this front to eat. The front is going to look very, very good in this particular game. And that means that the secondary is probably going to show up, probably going to be fine, end up with a turnover or two. And then my question really about this game, and the only question that I ever had about this game, is last week Arians had said, hey, this Miami secondary is a lot better than the Patriots, which scared me a little bit because that made me feel like they were going to go and pull back and want to run Ronald Jones and Lenny Fournette. And I should say Lenny Fournette and Ronald Jones, because Lenny Fournette is the primary back and Ronald Jones is now the secondary back. It is a clear distinction between the two. And that it was a game where I just thought that if they let it fly on offense, it was lights out for the Dolphins. And I watched half of a quarter and immediately knew that this was going to be a Tampa Bay Buccaneers game. Didn't care that it was 10-7 at the end of the quarter. It was always going to be the Bucs game. If they were going to open up the offense and let it fly, it was Miami was never going to be able to keep up. It was just a bad matchup. The talent level of the Bucs offense is devastating to a team like Miami, who cannot get pressure. They did get a couple of sacks in this game. I will say, from what I saw, the offense, it seems like the Bucs offensive line did not play particularly well. Brady was sacked twice. So Brady, 30 of 41, 411, and 5 touchdowns. First time Brady, the greatest quarterback of all time, who is now in his 21st season, has never thrown for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns before. First time for everything. Blaine Gabbert gets in, looks good, goes 3 for 3. Had a nice little dime at the end I saw in the highlights. Lenny Fournette, 12 of 67. Ronald Jones, 5 of 21. Lenny has a rushing touchdown, 4 catches for 43 for Lenny. Giovanni Bernard gets a few runs in there, gets a catch for a touchdown. Antonio Brown, there are just some games where Antonio Brown shows up and he looks like the best player on the football field. And this was one of those games. I saw both of his touchdowns, and it was that crosser. So first of all, the touchdown that he had on the crosser, he beats his coverage off the line, and he's running across Brady's face, and he gets across just fast enough for Brady, who has 2 defensive tackles bearing down on him, just leans back and throws an accurate pass directly to Antonio Brown, who then catches it, slips the guy that's trailing him, cuts upfield, and nobody's going to catch him from there. Like it was phenomenal to watch it. Like, I tend to still think of Antonio Brown as like an older player, but man, he looked like youthful Antonio Brown on that particular play. And then he's every game there's one go route where he just burns somebody, and it's whether Brady can hit him or whether he's just wide enough open that Brady doesn't have to try. So this is what I need to see from the Bucs. Like, I've complained about them so much. Please stop trying to feed it to Lenny and to Ronald Jones for no reason. Open it up and let Brady eat. If you do this, you're going to be really hard to stop. And again, I get it. Your secondary is hurt and pretty banged up and not real deep and they've been torched a bunch this year, so you don't really want to put them out there. But there are other ways to be able to get first downs and stay on the field than hand the ball off to Lenny and to Rojo. Like, do this. Just get up by 40 points and then nobody can catch you. Play like the Chiefs used to play. Play balls out all the way for early on and put your defense in a position to be aggressive and to be able to get after the quarterback, because that's what Todd Bowles does best. And that's going to help that defense. Like, I get it. Normally I'm all about run the ball to protect the defense, but in this situation, protecting your defense is score 40 points. Best way to protect your defense, score 40 points. Your defense is good enough to allow most teams to not score 40 points. There aren't enough offenses in the league to be able to challenge you whenever you're putting up that many points. And you can probably do that on all but like 2, maybe 3 defenses in the NFL. Maybe. So everything I needed to see from the Bucs, loved it. Let's see. Beating Tampa. Please keep airing it out. Yes. Like, as long as they continue to air it out, I have no concerns about this team. As long as everybody's healthy. Offensive line's good. Just an embarrassment of riches at the skill position. Well, at wide receiver and tight end. And the best quarterback to ever do it, who takes care of the football while he does it. Like, you can't. Why you would want to run it with Ronald Jones and Lenny Fournette very much when you have all of that just makes no sense to me. Time for Devin White to show his stuff on Thursday. Yeah, so that's the one thing that I haven't talked about, Grizz, and I'm glad you said that. So Levante David goes down. Levante David is now going to be out for a few weeks. They said he's week to week. He's definitely not going to play this week on a short week of rest because the Bucs play the Eagles on Thursday night. But that could potentially be a big injury for them. Mentor played well, actually, I thought, in the few snaps that I saw him. Mentor's a larger dude, not as quick, not as shifty, not as fast to the ball as Levante David is, but not many are. But yeah, it's going to be the Devin White show. Devin White's he's going to have to be all over the field. And Mentor's basically going to be that run support guy while while Devin White's flying all over the field in that intermediate spot to be in coverage. He'll come down against the run and he'll blitz off the edge and sometimes through the middle too. So, yep. Possibly Thursday, said Arians. I don't believe it. I mean, Levante David's one of the toughest dudes out there. So it wouldn't surprise me, but I definitely don't believe it. OJ Howard getting back into game shape. OJ Howard's been the biggest disappointment for me. I've been high on him. Everybody else has been telling me I'm crazy. I still feel like as a combination of a blocker slash receiver, I think he's really good. I think he has inconsistent hands. I think the good on both blocker and receiver, there's not many that can do it as well as he can. He's not that receiver that is like, he's not a Cam Brate. He's not a Gronk in terms of that type of being a receiver. But his blocking is really good. And I think that makes him a very useful tool and not something that they want to, get rid of, I wouldn't think. So yeah, it's good to see him kind of coming around and playing a little bit better. AB didn't have the same burst last year. Dude was out of there. That was nuts to watch him, because that corner, while he wasn't in a great body position to be able to see AB and then try to run and tackle him, because he kind of had his back to the play, AB ran right past him like he was standing still and then put additional yards in between him when he was running to the end zone. And again, those are good corners. Like, those are Xavier Howard and Brian Jones are is one of the better corner duos in the NFL. So it's not like they were just beating up on a bad secondary. When does Winfield get back? I don't know, actually. Let's see. Let me see if there's anything. Let me refresh my injury pages here. He's questionable for Thursday. I haven't seen any reports as to whether that's accurate or not. I feel like that's not great. Ryan Jensen, right? When did Ryan Jensen get hurt? I did not. That should have been like. It should have been. It should have been Levante David hurt. Ryan Jensen, next most important player, also hurt. Oh, what are we doing here? All right, I'm looking up to see. One day ago, questionable. Okay, well, we'll see. I'll have to research that later. Definitely will go into my research bucket for the Thursday night game. Again, I'll probably do a very quick preview show. We'll get it done in an hour and a half, which is something I haven't come close to doing before. But we'll do it in an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours if I can get on a little bit early on Thursday. But then we're gonna sidecast on Thursday. That's it. Like nothing but sidecasting that game on Thursday night, because that's a game where I feel like we're going to be able to talk about everything going on in real time, because it's also going to be streamed on Twitch. So the Twitch streams actually, like last week, it was great because we were able to have a conversation in real time while watching the game in the same time. So super excited about that. All right, we have some tough games to get through. I hate that I'm gonna have to do this, but it's stream has been a lot longer than I anticipated tonight. All right, let's get through. It's the good game. Beaton, you got here in good time, because we got Cleveland, we got Browns Chargers, we got Giants Cowboys. I'll spend like 2 seconds on Giants Cowboys. Niners Cards, Buffalo KC, and then I'm gonna skip Indy Baltimore probably. Like literally 2 seconds on that. All right, so let's go Cleveland. Let's go Browns Chargers. All right, so Browns Chargers. This was the track meet that we expected to see the week before when Cleveland and Minnesota played, and it ended up coming a week later. But man, what a game! This was not for the faint of heart, because this was up and down the field. Nobody could stop anybody. Like touchdowns were coming at such a quick pace that Eckler ends up with 2 TDs, one of which because the Browns basically picked him up and carried him into the end zone so that he could score. Like, the best option for the Browns at that point was, you go ahead and score so we can have the ball last. Like, that was the thinking behind that decision. And it was the accurate, like, that was the right decision by them at that time. Herbert looks phenomenal. Like, if I don't think you can consider anybody else. I don't think you can consider anybody else for the MVP, like leading the MVP case right now. To me, it just feels like it's Herbert and then everybody else. I mean, he's 4-1. All right, give me Kyler, maybe Kyler, because he's on an undefeated team and he's been playing out of his mind. Herbert, he and Herbert are 1-2, and there's nobody else that's even close. But and here's the thing. If you take a look at, I think the thing that stood out to me about this particular game is, and I don't like doing this because quarterbacks are never on the field at the same time. So I hate when people are like, oh, it's a quarterback matchup. But when I'm looking at this game and I'm comparing the two quarterbacks as they played in this game, I think there's a pretty significant difference between Justin Herbert and Baker Mayfield. Herbert looks like the guy that you can put a team on his right arm and he will carry them to the promised land all by himself. Baker looks like a guy that isn't to that level. He's a guy that is a nice complementary quarterback to what the Browns have going, but I don't think that he's a guy that you want holding the ball on the last drive of the game against a good defense to have to go down and get you 7 points or potentially even 3 points. Right. And I will say that, like, the other thing about this game for me is that both of these coaches subscribe to the idea of analytics is a positive and we can factor that into all of the decisions that we make. And in this particular game, there were a lot of coaching decisions that in previous years, people would have been like, what the hell are you doing? Like, why are you going for it here? Why are you doing this? Right? The decisions would have been frowned upon. But these are two teams that are clued in, and they made those decisions in those situations based on analytics. And everybody's kind of like, yeah, okay, sounds about right. That makes sense. Let's do it. Like the response to it was a positive response, not a negative response. And I think that shows a lot of progress that we've had in terms of, one, hopefully coaches being smarter on the field based on, analytics off of it. And then two, that the general consensus and the kind of ancillary fan, the kind of halfway fan of the NFL is now learning that, hey, it's better to go for it on fourth down than it is to punt it. And by the way, it's more fun for us too, because it keeps punters off the field and keeps games going. So yeah, and I think there were good decisions made all the way through the game until the last drive of the game, and that's when the Browns really seemed to lack any idea of what they should be doing. They really just kind of made a mess of it at the end. There's a 3rd and long draw play that even Stefanski said after the game, like, he admits he shouldn't have called it. Now, he also said, like, they were missing their left tackle, and that definitely factored into the decision, and that makes sense. But to me, it's that context makes sense, but the play call itself still doesn't make sense. Draws on 3rd and long are almost always a bad call. I asked this on Twitter, like, when do you think, when's the last time that you saw somebody run a 3rd and long and they were happy with the result of it? I mean, it happens once out of every 40, 50 times, maybe. Like, it's just not normal for a 3rd and long draw play to work. So why you would call one in a situation where the clock's running, there's not enough time, you need a score. That was probably one of the calls that impacted the outcome of this game, or potentially impacted the outcome of this game, as much as any other calls that were out there. So Stefanski definitely wants that one back. I think for the Chargers, again, love the Chargers, love everything about them. Vizcaino is going to be a problem. Vizcaino, he can't hit field goals, and he can't even hit extra points. He's missed a few this year. And that could potentially be a problem in games like this, where they're going to be tighter games against good teams. So they're going to have to figure out that situation. And if they're not looking at other kickers yet, if he continues to do this, they're going to be looking for kickers very, very soon. We talked in the past about how the Chargers like to allow the run a little bit as an advantage for themselves. So they allow other teams. They're not particularly strong against the run on purpose, right? Like, it's not like they don't want to stop the run, but they're more concerned about being stout against the pass. And if you run on them a little bit, it's not the worst thing in the world to them. The problem is they didn't want the Browns running on them as much as they did, right? Like, you can't have Nick Chubb going 21 carries for 161 and a touchdown, and Kareem Hunt going 12 carries for 61 and 2 touchdowns, and then catching 5 for 28 out of the backfield. So that's not necessarily ideal for them, and not something that they want. And then the other part of it is they also had David Njoku, who was 7 for 149 and a touchdown, which is probably the biggest game of his career that I can remember. Donovan Peoples-Jones, 5 catches for 70. Rashard Higgins caught the other touchdown. So there was a lot of offense all over the place, but I do think that the amount of running that the Browns did is not something that they would want. They're typically okay with, hey, if you run for 100 yards, you're probably not going to have enough offense to be able to keep up with this. But when you run for 222, then that's probably pretty good. They almost got to the Urban Meyer line. They ran for 222. Counting Bakers, they got to call it 230. Ran for 230 and threw for 305. So they almost got that 250. And oh, by the way, they lost. So again, rushing isn't necessarily the best way to score points. The Cleveland defense we thought was good, that I thought had looked fantastic the last couple of weeks, gets absolutely carved up. Herbert's 26 for 43, 398, 4 touchdowns, no picks, 2 sacks, 17 yards lost on the sacks, 122 rating, rushed 4 times for 29 yards and a touchdown, no fumbles. Herbert is an absolute stud, throws lasers all over the field, takes chances when he needs to, not afraid to throw it on 3rd and long to the sticks. Like, he's not all about that screen life on 3rd and long. Like, he wants to be able to get the first down himself. I love that. Completely unfazed by situations, by anything going on. Austin Eckler, 17 for 66, 2 touchdowns. Again, we talked about that. One of those touchdowns was one where he was like stopping himself at the 2 and kind of trying to go down, and Cleveland lifted him up and drug him into the end zone, basically, so that they could get the ball back. Because that field goal that they would have been able to do, or that run that they would have been able to do, would have ended the game. So Mike Williams, the big standout. And so here's the other thing is Mike Williams went 8 for 165 and 2 touchdowns. He's a fantastic receiver, but he was running wide open past the secondary a few times. There were some broken coverages by Cleveland. And that's something that they've got to fix. Usually I feel like they're pretty good. Denzel Ward, I think, is a good player. But Mike Williams is too big of a receiver and too fast of a receiver for you to just lose track of. I don't understand how a guy as big as Mike Williams just gets lost in the defense. And as important as Mike Williams, it's not like he just showed up. He's been performing and producing for the last 3 to 4 weeks. Like, at this point, I think you've got to consider Mike Williams a bigger threat than Keenan Allen. I still think Keenan Allen overall is probably a better overall receiver who went 6 for 75. I think Keenan Allen's a better overall receiver. I think Mike Williams is the bigger weapon right now, and Herbert loves feeding him the ball. So this is a tough team to beat. The Chargers are phenomenal. They can do it in the air. They can do it on the ground. The defense is typically pretty sound. Not on this particular game. We called that because for them, while I think the secondary's solid, I think they're not particularly deep. So if a team can block up front and keep Joey Bosa off of them, basically, they should have opportunities if they have enough weapons as receivers and tight ends. And I think the tight ends was the big piece, because not only did were they able to run the ball, but Njoku went for 7 and 150 basically. So that was it. And that was the thing, is I thought Austin Hooper was going to be the tight end to be the sneaky play here, but this is the first time Njoku stands up and says, "Hey, I'm the guy." So, what a game! Loved most of the decisions for the last part. This has been a couple of times that the Browns have had the ball last in some critical games, and Baker just hasn't been up to it. And I think that's something we have to acknowledge, because if you're going to be that guy, if you're going to be the guy, you've got to come up. And I don't necessarily believe in the clutch gene and having it or don't having it, or not having it. I just feel like if there's a trend, we have to acknowledge the trend and the evidence that's there. And so far, the trend this year has been that Mayfield is not necessarily the guy. I mean, here's the thing. Grizz said Baker is cooked. So Baker is a solid NFL quarterback. OBJ also nowhere to be seen beaten. Yep. Baker, here's the thing. Baker is a solid NFL quarterback. He's going to do what you need him to do in most situations. He is a good enough quarterback to also win the game for you. However, it's probably not the best. Like, he's not. You're not going to be particularly confident in his ability to win the game for you, right? Like Justin Herbert at this point, got to count on it. Tom Brady, got to count on it. I mean, obviously guys like Drew Brees got to count on it, but I mean, he feels very similar to Kirk Cousins, right? Like they're good at the short to intermediate. They can throw those hole shot throws every once in a while. They can hit a open receiver deep, but it's not like you're designing plays specific to his arm talent, which isn't bad. It's pretty good. It's just not overwhelmingly good. And I've said this before, like they don't necessarily need him to win, even against good teams. And I think this is a good example. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, Baker was 23 of 32, 305, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 1 sack for a loss of 4 yards. Baker still was, his rating was actually higher than Herbert's in this game, 122.5 to Herbert's 122. And then 2 rushes for 8 yards, but he did have 1 fumble. It was not lost. Like, again, Baker is a good football player and he's a good quarterback. Is he as good as, say, a Justin Herbert? Absolutely not. And I think that was clear in this game. So I'm you know, he's going to need to show up late game. Because I don't want to keep seeing it end up in his hands, and that's not necessarily the best case for the Browns. Again, run game and defense is good enough to carry them very, very far. And Baker is a positive for them, not necessarily a negative, but they're not trying to get him to throw 40, 50 times a game. That's not the type of game I think the Browns want to get into. I was hoping to see Baker with LA rather than Stafford. Oh man, that's actually, Grizz, I hadn't thought about that. I kind of enjoy that actually. I love that idea. Because I think McVay's the type of guy to get the most out of a quarterback like Baker. Like Baker in San Francisco, like that's the type of quarterback that they want. A guy that's going to consistently hit those short to intermediate routes. He's going to hit the open guy, but when they scheme up a guy that gets open down the sideline, hitting him on the in that hole shot. So yeah, that would be very fun. OBJ about to go to Tampa Bay to revive his career. That would be fun. OBJ has Kobe knees. Kobe knees. What are Kobe knees? Yeah, and Baker can move. He can get outside the pocket and get a first down with his legs if he needs to. So I think he's a good player. I need to see that end of the game. And again, I don't necessarily believe that he's a I don't necessarily believe that in the clutch gene, but there's some evidence to say that he can't pull it off late in the game, and that's just sticking to this year. There's more of that as you look into previous years. All right, so that's Cleveland and Chargers. Let's do New York Giants and Dallas Cowboys. We're gonna breeze through this one. Dallas is a juggernaut. And we've talked about it. Kellen Moore is the best OC in the league right now. Better than Shanahan, better than Cliff Kingsbury, better than Sean McVay. His ability to do what the game needs him to do and call a play to that specific matchup and game script and be aware of everything going on in the game is just remarkable. The architecture and design of his offense is going into games has been phenomenal. His adjustments during games, like nobody's doing it better than Kellen Moore right now. That offense is just disgusting. Trayvon Diggs gets another pick, continues the streak. I saw a stat where Trayvon Diggs has more interceptions than 27 NFL teams right now by himself, which is just insane. Obviously, there's a good amount of luck involved in that, but he's deserving of the praise that he's getting. I said that he didn't look like a lockdown corner to me, and it sounds like he's trying to prove me wrong every single week. He's played pretty well. He's gotten beat a few times. Like the picks are nice and he's played really, really well, but there are a few times in there where he's gotten beat for some pretty significant chunk gains. So that defense is better than what we thought they would be. They're finding ways to get pass rushes in there. The Giants still aren't a very good team. Again, they're not catastrophically bad, but they're still not good. Daniel Jones improving. Problem is that this coaching staff is negligent with their players. That is a very strong term that I'm using that I feel like is specifically accurate to this team. Daniel Jones they had said that, I think it was, they said it on the broadcast or they showed it, like he was over there. They were taking a look at his ankle. Didn't seem to be fully healthy. And then inside the 5, they rolled Daniel Jones out on a naked bootleg at the goal line, where if they basically put him in a position where he was either going to be wide open to get the touchdown, or if the other team was prepared for it, he was going to have to make a diving play on a bum ankle. Not necessarily a bum ankle, but an ankle that was that seemed like it was injured. They roll him out on the naked bootleg. He's got 2 guys standing in front of him, and he does what his competitive nature does because it's who he has proven himself to be, and he goes for it. And he ends up helmet to helmet, and it's kind of a scary sight to see him get up and start to stumble his way back to the huddle. And immediately the refs and I forget I think it was Curse for the Cowboys, like ran over to like grab him before he fell, like before he tumbled into his face. Like he was woozy, like you would see a boxer who just took a shot to the head and is about to go down. He got the wobbly legs and the head and everything. It was a scary moment. But they got him out of the game, obviously concussed. And between that and then the Saquon, Saquon wasn't fully healthy week 1. They run him out there anyways. So what do? Short week 2, they run him out there again. Still doesn't look healthy. Week 3 looks a little better. Still doesn't look 100%. Now we're in week 5. Saquon still doesn't look 100%. Ends up rolling his ankle. Potentially has a fracture, like Grizz said there. I've rolled my ankle and seen some serious swelling. He's definitely got larger ankles than I do. And there's still some massive swelling in there. And it just feels like they continue to be negligent with all of their players. Hey, we need you to get out there and play. And instead of taking care of them. And this season is going to slip by very, very quickly for them. And they need to take better care of their future and better care of their players. And if they continue to do things the way that they do, and trying to get guys out there and playing in a season that they're now 1-4 in, and they're about to play the Rams, Carolina, Kansas City, and Las Vegas, then Tampa Bay. They're going to be 1, maybe 2, and 4. Let's see, 5, 6, 7. They're going to be 2-8. 2-8, already staring down where they're going to be at in the draft and not in the playoffs. So they need to be very, very careful with their players for the rest of the year. I know that there are going to be coaches that are going to be coaching for their jobs, and it's not going to be pretty for the next few weeks. We just got to be aware of what it is and what's going on, and call it like we see it. I never want to be a proponent for getting people fired, but if you put your players at risk and put them in positions where they could get injured through your own negligent decision making, I have no sympathy for you. None whatsoever. Because if your team is better off without you in terms of their health, then yeah, no one's gonna discount your firing. So that's where I'll leave it with the Giants. I'm just not happy with this coaching staff whatsoever right now. Diggs better hands. Let's go back a little bit. Kellen Moore is the guy I want the Bears to fire Nagy for. I mean, you're 100%. Everybody loves Dable. Everybody loves Dable Beaton. I'm not as high on Dable as everybody else is. But yeah, if the Bears were to land Kellen Moore, more power to him. I don't know that Kellen Moore leaves Dallas. Jerry Jones may pay him a head coaching salary to stay as the OC, and he may end up firing Mike McCarthy to keep Kellen Moore as a head coach, and then also pay him a head coaching salary. Like they may make like Mike McCarthy like president of football operations or something like that. Like he's basically going to be like an equal to, not a head coach, but equal to Kellen Moore, who is the head coach. So that may be something weird that comes out of that. Diggs has better hands than the guys he'll be guarding. It certainly seems like he's come up with some big plays. Grizz. Saquon either has a fracture of some sort, serious swelling in his ankle. Yeah, that ankle looked like an orange. It did not look good. I mean, I've come from a family who has weak ankles, and I've seen a lot of them like that. It's not great. It takes a few days, and as long as nothing's fractured, you'll be okay. And then he could potentially end up having off-season surgery to get those tendons tightened back up. Taking kickoffs out from 8 and 9 of the end zone is so dumb. Yeah, I don't know why they're doing that. I don't think they're coached to do it. I think that's a personal decision. You're not getting more out of it. It's possible. Gabe. Pace got to go too if Nagy leaves. Oh, they may be tied together. I don't know. Is Barkley on IR yet? No. Dude, are you kidding me? The Giants are ready to just give him that needle, and I'm not talking about a COVID vaccine. Give him that needle. He'll be okay. Just make it so he can't feel that ankle. Who cares if it's hurt? That's how the Giants are looking at it, or that's how it seems. 44-20 wasn't a bad enough beating, in my opinion, in that game. The Giants deserved worse. The coaching staff deserved worse. The players don't. All right. All right. So we're done on that one. Let's get to San Francisco, Arizona. So this was one of my matchups of the week that I was really interested in watching. I didn't get to watch this game as much as what I would have liked. The reason for that is it was not on in my particular area, so I had to figure out other ways to watch it. Plus, there were like 5 really good games on, all at the same time. And for that 4:00 slate, like I think there were 4 games that I really wanted to watch. And so for me, the San Francisco Arizona game was a particularly a good one that I wanted to keep on. I didn't get to focus on it as much as I wanted, and I haven't gotten to go back and look at the all 22 of this one yet. But it turned out to be a slugfest by the defenses versus this being an offensive roller coaster like we potentially thought it would. Trey Lance gets in. Trey Lance looks like a rusty quarterback. That's kind of the best way for me to describe him, right? Like we talk about rusty quarterbacks who aren't precise with their throws. They make some overthrows because they're a little too jacked up, and you hope that kind of calms down throughout the game. For Lance, that did not happen. He comes in, and what we expected to be a game where San Francisco potentially has a better matchup because they're running Lance out there, and Arizona is bad at run fits, has been bad at run fits. I expected Lance to have a more effective ability to run the football. He did run 16 times for 89. We said he would run 15, 20 times. Like we predicted that. I would have expected him to be a little more effective. 16 for 89 is good, but whenever you're a running quarterback, for that amount of carries, you should probably have a higher average than that. And then passing, he was 15 of 29, 192, 1 pick, 2 sacks, passer rating of 58.4. So not a good day passing. And I think those stats in that rating is indicative of how he looked as a passer in this particular game. Elijah Mitchell was the guy, 9 for 43, 2 catches for 19 yards. Did not get a touchdown out of it. Like he looked pretty damn good. The one rushing touchdown that the 49ers had was an end around to Deebo Samuel. Or not an end around, it was a fly sweep. And he ends up taking it in. Like terrific play call on their part. Like he gets across and wide receiver locks out the corner, and it's all green from there into the end zone. So wasn't a massive run, only 13 yards, but still it was a damn good play call by Shanahan deep in there. Based on what I saw, Shanahan's play calling does not feel the same. as what it had. Like before, I've been like, oh my God, Shanahan's been the best play caller ever. I don't feel that way right now. Like I don't feel like it's not like he's getting tons of receivers open like he used to. And part of that was because of Arizona. Arizona's defense played very, very well, and they're very, very quick. But Lance also didn't see the field very well. He wasn't particularly great at getting through progressions. You could tell he was dealing with a lot. He was trying to process so much information that he wasn't really sure what he was looking at and where he should go with the ball. And I think Shanahan was best whenever he was designing offenses for quarterbacks like Lance, where it defines the read for him. And he looked a little bit overwhelmed. Kyler Murray is like Kyler Murray just continues to impress me. Even in a game where he's not putting up 400 yards, I'm just still thoroughly impressed with his ability to manage the game, to manage his reads. Again, still throwing over the middle of the field a good amount, which had been a kind of a bugaboo of his in the past, something that he wasn't particularly good at. But he goes 22 of 31, 239, touchdown, 2 sacks, did lose 29 yards. So the couple of times where he gets sacked they're beautiful. Like they played these perfectly. And basically what it is you get pressure that is vertical in nature for Kyler while also getting push in the center of the pocket. So it doesn't allow him to move forward as those edges stay vertical. And Kyler's tendency is when he starts to get pressure and he sees pressure, he will spin from that pressure out of the pocket to the opposite side. And the 2 sacks, that's exactly what happened. He went to spin from pressure that he saw because he couldn't move forward because there wasn't enough gap in the line in front of him. And when he went to spin, there was somebody there waiting for him on the other side. So it's really, really hard to do that because you have to have even pressure on both sides that continues to get vertical while squeezing in the pocket. And then you also have to have a disciplined front line of defensive tackles that are able to get a little bit of a push and move the line of scrimmage back, but not get so undisciplined that they leave huge gaps. And those are 2 big plays. They killed a couple of drives for Kyler. Obviously 2 sacks for a loss of 29 yards. Those are big plays. And he had 7 rushes for 1 yard. So they were the first team to be able to figure out Kyler Murray's legs, and made him look human in this particular game. But again, in this game, I was still thoroughly impressed with how he managed the game and the chances that he was willing to take based on down and distance and situation, and not being overly aggressive and not being overly conservative. So still what I thought was a good game from Kyler Murray, even though it's probably his worst stat line of the season. Rondell Moore, 3 for 38. One of those was a ridiculous catch, right, Gabe? A ridiculous catch on the sideline where, I mean, there's a blade of grass between his toe tap and the edge, like literally a blade of grass, and that's it. He had no business. Oh, so he had 3. Sorry, Rondell Moore had 3 rushes for 38, 5 catches for 59. And again, one of those catches just incredible. James Conner, 10 for 29. Chase Edmonds, 6 for 15. I was surprised at the use of Edmonds in this. They used him a little bit in the passing game. He was not the kind of bell carrier back. James Conner did get the carry at the 1 or the 2, like we had talked about. That was one of the fantasy questions that we got on Sunday was who should I go with, Conner or Edmonds? And I said, well, Conner probably gets the carries inside the 5. But Edmonds should be productive in terms of yards. So take that as you will. Again, not a huge, like DeAndre Hopkins. That was the other thing. So DeAndre Hopkins said, no, nobody else on this team is a better receiver than I am. I'm claiming my spot as the number 1 receiver on this team in this particular game. and he did so with authority. I mean, he looked like the old DeAndre Hopkins. There was his touchdown, like he basically mossed the dude for a touchdown. And I think it was a throw to the left, and it's he's so when he is on and can find the football, he's so hard to cover. Like you can throw the ball in his vicinity and he's coming down with it. There's just no question about it. And Kyler knew he seemed to be locked in, which was a lot of fun to watch. Bosa had I thought Bosa had one of the strongest games of the year on defense for San Francisco. He had 2 tackles for loss, 2 QB hits, 1 sack. He was one of the big reasons for Kyler not being able to escape the pocket. When you've got someone that big and that athletic, it makes it really, really hard to be able to get out and away from it. DJ Jones ended up having the other sack, but that was off of, I can't remember if it was I think it was off of an Eric Armstead pressure if I remember correctly. I can't remember if it was Bosa or Armstead, but I think it was Armstead getting after Kyler Murray, and Murray kind of hesitates and goes to juke, and before he can juke, DJ Jones has him wrapped up. So the secondary continues to be a problem. I didn't think that they played particularly well. I think the pressure up front was something that seemed to. So in the past, when Kyler Murray hasn't been good, he tends to drop his eyes from the coverage. And I think that's what happened in this game. When they started getting around him and were actually able to tackle him and get him down, his eyes started dropping. He lost sight of some of the coverages, missed some open receivers. So this is one of those games where I feel like the Cardinals did a good job to escape with a win here. They were the better team, but it still felt like a game, even towards the end, where if San Francisco could have just figured out one drive, and this was a close enough game where it could have been tied in a completely different ball game. And if you get Shanahan in a game where he has an opportunity to get aggressive and win the game, that's probably where Shanahan shines. So yeah, overall fascinating game. Did not turn out anything like I thought. Gonna be fun to go back and watch all 22 of this one as well, and learn and see what it was that Arizona did against Trey to try to mitigate some of what he was doing, and see if they were as bad on their run fits and gap discipline as they had been in previous games. So that's that one. We'll talk Indy Baltimore real quick, and then we'll finish up with Buffalo KC. So Indy Baltimore, it was a game that admittedly I didn't watch a ton of last night. What I'll say is that I've underestimated Indy a couple of weeks in a row, and it's kind of irritating me. So I'm going to go back and watch this game on the All-22 tomorrow. And I really thought that Baltimore's ability to get pressure up front and also via blitz, as well as their man coverage, was going to give Carson Wentz problems. It did not apparently give him problems. It sounded like he played one of his better games. Frank Reich called one of his better games of the season. I still believe in Frank Reich as a play caller. I just don't think he's had a whole lot of support in terms of QB play. Damn, Carson Wentz's line was 25 of 35, 402, 2 touchdowns. Did take 2 sacks for 12 yards. Rushed 2 for 5. Did have 1 fumble lost. The big one out of this was they used Jonathan Taylor really well. So when you have blitzers like the Ravens are apt to do, one of the best things you can do is slow down the blitz through screens, swings, those throws to your running backs to the edges, because those blitzes tend to collapse on the quarterback. And if you can get your running back to the outside of that, he has a numbers advantage. And now he only has a corner and a safety, and potentially a flying linebacker from the inside, and potentially from the other side of the field. He's got a number advantage against all of those guys, and it tends to lead to big things. So Jonathan Taylor, 3 catches, 116, 1 touchdown, a long of 76. 15 of 53 on the ground and a touchdown. I actually ended up losing my fantasy match, outscored highest scoring game of the season out of anybody all year in one of my leagues, except for the guy that I was playing this week. So I now have the number 2 highest scoring game out of everybody because the only other guy to be able to do it was against me this week. So that's how my luck's been so far. And that was for my team that it was from the 2 quarterback team. But Tom Brady and Jameis Winston had a big day. So yeah, Marlon Mack got looks like he got some clock in this, 5 for 47. So he complained about his playing time. So it sounds like that's gone up. Pittman had a really good game from the plays that I saw in the second half. Pittman went 6 for 89 for a touchdown. The touchdown was a beauty. Lamar. So this is probably. So I was talking to somebody about this, and there was a scout that I saw that said that this is probably Lamar's best passing game. And again, I didn't watch this one close enough to confirm or deny this, but this is Lamar's best passing game of the season. How looking at this stat line, 37 of 43, 442 and 4 touchdowns. That is insane. That's a QB rating of 140 and a half. 14 rushes, 62 yards. So basically Lamar was the entire offense. Latavius Murray, 6 for 17. 2 catches, 13 yards. Tyson Williams, 4 attempts, 6 yards. 2 catches, 15 yards. So basically they had no rushing game. None whatsoever. They had 24 yards rushing outside of Lamar. Mark Andrews, 11 for 147, 2 touchdowns. Marquise Brown, 9 for 125 for 2 touchdowns. Insane. Those are some massive stat lines. And those are the 2 best receivers on this team. So that makes sense. Only QB in history of the NFL to have 400 yards and an 85% completion rate. I believe that's an impressive stat, Gabe. Yeah, and it totally makes sense. That's hard to do. I'm fascinated to go back and watch this game now. Ultimately, Ravens win in OT. Apparently some questionable decision making at the end of the game to extend it. So I'm excited to go back and watch that. So I don't want to get too deep into this because, again, I only saw some portion of the second half. So I'm fascinated to go back and watch it. All right, final game of the week. And this is the one where we get to say, I told you so. Buffalo KC, we talked about this in the pregame. We talked about it in the pregame with Buffalo KC. KC was favored by -2.5, which is understandable because they were at home. However, we took Buffalo to cover, and I talked about how they had a really good chance to win this game. And the reason for that is Buffalo on defense is a pretty sound team. And in that secondary, they do a really good job of being able to play a sort of umbrella coverage that isn't too far off. And basically what that means is that they're able to give some space underneath and not allow the defense to be able to take the top off of them. But it's not like a cover two because they're so fast and so smart. And they aren't afraid to hold back and not. They're good at not blitzing. They're good at getting pressure, a good amount of pressure without blitzing, and they're really fast in the secondary. And I think that's a bad matchup for a team like the Chiefs because they are able to play zone and play off and still play a tight zone without having to play too much man, which allows Patrick Mahomes to use his legs a lot more. So for me, this just felt like a game where the matchups tilted towards Buffalo and that they had a really good shot coming into it. Now, again, when we talk about the Chiefs, everybody's saying, oh my God, the Chiefs are 2-3. What's wrong with the Chiefs? Is Patrick Mahomes going to turn the ball over all the time? And the reality is the Chiefs have had a brutal schedule. I mean, like you can't so when we talk about the Bills, right? So the Bills have had one of the easiest schedules of the year. They beat up on let's see. They beat up on the Dolphins, they beat up on the Texans, they beat up on Washington, who we know is really bad. And then they should have beaten Pittsburgh, but that was week 1 where weird things happen. And then they beat Kansas City this week. So like we this is the first week where we've seen them play a significant opponent. And this is one of those weeks where we could have gotten fooled by saying, hey, the schedule hasn't been there, that they haven't been a good team. But it's not like they're winning 17-10 against bad teams. It was 35-0 Miami, 43-21 Washington, 40-0 for Houston. Like, it's not like these were, we accidentally won a game against a bad team. These were throttlings, just outright, just crushing of opponents. And we know what they're capable of. We know this team. It's not like there's been wholesale changes for this team. Same coaching staff. So why did anyone think that this game was going to be any different? And this is potentially another preview of the AFC Championship game again this year. The thing I will say is Mahomes has a higher propensity to make throws that are on the edge of being too aggressive. And I don't just say aggressive throws, but on the edge of being too aggressive, because there's a spectrum even within aggressive. You could be kind of aggressive or you can be really aggressive. And he's like right at the edge of being too aggressive, especially with like the no look and the highlights and the underhand and all the stuff that he does. It's fantastic. If it works, it's great. If it doesn't, he looks like an idiot. And the problem is I've always wondered how long he could live on that razor thin edge and still have a very good turnover rate, and still outrun turnover luck, because turnovers have a large element of luck to it. And I feel like he's been very, very fortunate in some of these attempts. And I feel like this year he has not been as fortunate as he has been in the past. And some of these throws that aren't particularly precise are now turning from catches to into drop passes or passes that are going through tight ends and wide receivers' hands and ending up in the hands of the defense. And I mean, over a long enough timeline, everything evens out, right? Even with his unique ability and how well he plays, he can get by, right? He's going to be luckier than most, but he can't be that lucky that long. And then the other problem is when you're starting to have turnovers, and it's not like he's having a massive amount, right? But every week there's one or two. And when you have that and you have a defense that's getting ripped up every week, worse than it's been in past seasons, those turnovers mean a lot more, and they're a lot critical and a lot harder. And that's a hard way to win football games. Like you can't have a -4 turnover margin against the Chargers and expect to win. It just can't happen. So I'm not worried about the Chiefs. I think they've been fairly unfortunate thus far. I don't know why Daniel Sorensen continues to be on that roster. There's absolutely no reason for him to be on that roster. There's no way that they don't have somebody better than Daniel Sorensen to be able to play. It's just if that's who you're running out there, then yeah, you get a problem on defense. He just continues to be a problem week after week. We talk about how unsound they are. They try to play for the negative hills. Thornhill not better. Put me out there then. I'm better than either of those two. I retweeted somebody's thing today of he said I put together all the shots of I put together all the shots of Honey Badger getting pissed off, where you can see Honey Badger getting pissed off at Daniel Sorensen's coverage. I think it's from earlier this morning if you want to go find it, but it's pretty funny because Honey Badger's like, what the hell are you doing, dude? Josh Allen was nearly perfect in this game, in my opinion. Like he did exactly what he needed to do. I get that he was only 15 for 26, but the 315 passing yards, he basically did everything he needed to and preyed on an unsound defense. And then he took the big plays that they gave him, and he didn't make critical mistakes in doing so. And if you can do that against KC, then that's the best way to beat them. I get it. KC will still be able to put up 40 points, but at this point, their defense is bad, and other good teams, are going to be able to put up 40 points against them. Now, are they a bad team overall? No, it's still going to be a hard team to beat. They had a brutal schedule? Absolutely. 2-3 against the schedule that they've had is nothing. Is nothing to be overly concerned about, right? So, when you're talking about playing Cleveland, who we know is very good, Baltimore, Chargers, Philadelphia was the one win where they seemed like they controlled that game, and then Buffalo, like you can't get a harder schedule than that right now. I don't think. It's got to be the hardest in the league to me. So they've got to come out and prove it this week. So they're going to get Washington this week. If they come out and lay an egg against Washington, okay, now we're concerned. But look, again, context matters in these things. So they've done Browns, Ravens, Chargers, Eagles, Bills. Rough stretch of games. 2-3 out of that. If they could have gotten 3-2 out of that, would have been a much better look, and maybe everybody's not concerned. But now we go into Washington football team, Tennessee Titans, New York Giants. It's your next three. Oh, well, now all of a sudden they look like a winning football team again. Weird. Then they go to Green Bay. Going to be a challenge. Interesting game. Super interesting game for that one. They're going to get the Raiders. Don't know what they're going to look like in 4 or 5 weeks. A lot going on there. Then they get Dallas, and that's going to be probably one of the marquee matchups of the year. That sounds like a fun game. And then they got kind of it's hard in that they get Denver, Vegas, Chargers, but then they finish off with Steelers, Cincinnati, and Denver. So going into the last 3 games of the year, they're going to be fine. So they're going to be, let's see, they're 2-3 now. They're going to be 5-3 in another 3 weeks. Probably beat Green Bay. Probably beat Vegas. Now we're looking at 7-3, and they've won 5 straight before they go into Dallas. So, I mean, like just looking at those games, unless something funky happens or injuries happen, like they're going to be okay. Let's just deep breath and relax on them. Dawson Knox came out of nowhere to have a huge game. That seemed like a crazy matchup that was exploited. I need to go back and look at that a little bit closer to see how that happened. And then Emmanuel Sanders came out, and this is a guy we've been talking about. Like, I feel like this is going to be a weapon that's going to emerge at some point, and it certainly seemed that way. Again, it's Casey's defense who is awfully bad, but him coming out was him. This, I feel like this was his coming out party. He's going to be a big factor in this offense going forward, I think, because he is a really good vertical threat. So it's going to be interesting. Buffalo is a good football team. Been saying that from the start. Interested to see how they continue to move, or how they continue to play down the stretch. They get Tennessee, Miami, Jacksonville, Jets. Oof. I forgot their schedule's so easy. They and the Bucks have one of the easiest schedules. And like if you take Bucks and Bills play in what could potentially be a Super Bowl preview in week 14, those guys, like they both, if you take those games out, that one game out of their schedule, they end up being they probably end up having the easiest schedule out of all the teams, and may still do even with those in. But you take out that one particular game, and they're there. So Manny Sanders has been getting really good air yards all year, a matter of time. Yeah, like and he's not over the hill. He was very effective in New Orleans last year. It was kind of sad because they couldn't get all of their receivers onto the field. They couldn't get Michael Thomas and him and who am I thinking of? And one other receiver. They couldn't get him on the field all year long together, and it kind of hurt. But even then, he still proved to be really effective. KC defense needs to get close to average. Yeah. Here's the thing is they're not good enough to play as aggressively as they do. And we've talked about it a lot of they need that effective they need those negative plays. They need a sack, a hold by the offense, OPI, something to put the offense in a negative position, and then they can be a lot more aggressive and do what they want to do. Without that, I don't think they're good enough. And even good offenses are going to be able to get around it because the defense is so unsound. So, all right. Well, that is all of the games. Thank you guys. We went way over tonight. I was like, hey, I'm going to do this one quick. Wife's like, I told the wife, I was like 2 to 7 or 7 to 9. That's whenever I'm going to stream. And I'm going to tell you that it's going to go to 10 o'clock tonight because I know that I always go over. And then she was like, so if you're telling me 10, it's actually going to be later. I was like, no. Like, I'm just telling you it's later because I know I always go past 9. She's like, okay, whatever. And then sure enough, here I am, 11:30, probably the longest stream I've had of a preview show. So Doghouse, I'm so lucky. My wife is way nicer to me than she should be. And she fully supports the whole streaming thing. She likes it. And we're seeing a bit of progress. So I'm super excited about continuing doing this. I'm super excited about potentially being able to expand this later on and do some cool things. So the other cool thing is she's figured it out by the sounds of it. But her hope is that yes, she has figured it out. She knows whenever I'm just not being reasonable with myself. But her hope is that she's like, hey, go do your Twitch thing, and then I can quit my job. But if it ever turns into anything, I'm like, it's gonna be a while, babe. Better keep that job. So, yeah, we're not. That is not the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to get on here and have enough of a following that we can have a good football conversation. But you guys, even you, Gabe, Grizz, B. Eden, just having you guys in here is always a blast. So thank you guys for always tuning in. Really, really appreciate it. It's always good conversation. And some really funny stuff, like our comments about Urban. I'm still blown away that Urban's whole bit on Fox for why the 3 criteria of struggling teams need to examine, and it's trust issues, dysfunctional environment, and selfishness. You just can't write that any better. You just cannot write that any better. Amazing. Unbelievable. All right, everybody, it's been fun. I'm trying not to get divorced, so I'm gonna hop out of here. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate everything.